Good evening, everyone, and thanks ever so much for joining us for the Good Teams Win, Great Teams Cover second annual draft Bonanza. We're back for a full 3, 4, 5 hour live episode.
While the first second, you want to say days there?
Yeah, while the first round of the 2024 NFL draft happens in the wonderful city of Detroit. We are here with myself, Byron, and Joe, and we're going to take you through, along with some other guests. We're hoping to get in at probably picks 3, 13, 15, possibly 20 from teams that are currently in those positions. Who knows if they'll be there when it comes to making those picks. But Byron, Joe, welcome to draft night. How excited are you? It's the draft. It feels like this is the real start of the season. How are we feeling?
Buzzing, yeah. I absolutely love the draft. Best non-sporting event, sport event of the year. It's just great. We know what's happening at number 1, and then I think we're kind of all up in the air for the rest of it. I mean, we have our little inclinations. All 3 of us have done our mock drafts. You know, we've been, I don't know how much you guys, but listening, consuming an awful lot of guides and podcasts and other people's YouTube stuff, and you know, you still come down to draft day none the wiser. I really can't wait. I think it's going to be a blast. Can't wait to see, like I say, Caleb Williams will go number 1, and then chaos. I'm hoping
chaos. Yes, that would be what we're all after. Just a quick shout out. We're across now. Our Twitter X page, we're live. We're on our YouTube channel as well. And potentially we've got a guest joining us at pick 16 for the Seahawks, who's kindly shared us across all of his channels. So shout out, Bo. Nice. I believe he's attending a watch along in a bar in somewhere near Seattle, Washington, watching the draft. So shout out, Bo. If you're watching already, hopefully you can join us later on. But yeah, just look, if you're joining us, the chat's live. Pop anything in. We'll give you a shout out, and anything you want us to raise and talk about while the inevitable gaps happen during the first round of the draft, please do. We've got plenty to keep us busy. We've got our bets. So we had our live bet episode out earlier this week. So myself, Byron, and Joe have got plenty going on in the first round that we'll talk you through before the inevitability of Caleb Williams getting drafted does happen. We've also got a little mock draft competition going on. So myself, Byron, and Joe have predicted all 32 picks of the first round of the draft, and Joe has created a lovely point scoring system for that. So we'll keep tabs with that, along with giving you our, I suppose, predictions of picks as we go, reactions, and hopefully loads of stuff that will happen that will keep us entertained during the draft. The city of Detroit looks delightful at the minute. We're hopeful that we'll get a couple of guests that are actually at the draft in Detroit right now on live. Not sure how that works, whether you're in. We've got plenty of guys that we know that helped us out with our mock draft in the pit, so to speak. Hopefully they can jump on live. That would be pretty cool. In the meantime, how are we feeling in terms of, we know Caleb Williams is going to go number 1. Byron, you've already mentioned that. Where does it start to get interesting? Because I think maybe the first couple of picks could be predictable, but where's it really going to start getting interesting?
I think for me, it's pick 3. It feels like Washington's dead set on a quarterback, and it feels like everyone's decided it's going to be Jayden Daniels. Obviously, it could be Drake May, but it feels like everyone's decided on that. I'll be shocked. I think earlier last week, I was thinking the Patriots might trade, but how the chat has come out lately, it feels like it would have to be a monster deal for them to not take May. So I think that's the first decision, and then it's that 4th pick. It's do the Cardinals actually choose, you know, as some people said, like once in a lifetime all-pro kind of wide receiver, or do they not think of him that high and are willing to trade for someone who either wants him or wants J.J. McCarthy? I think it's number 4 is the interesting one. But like I said, the Patriots could throw a spanner in the works. But my prediction is the number 4, which is going to set how this draft goes along.
And I think what's interesting, Monty Ossenfort, the Cardinals GM, it feels like so much smoke around if he moves out of 4, he already wants to know that he can get back to 5 to get, or maybe 6, to get one of those 2 elite receivers, maybe 3 elite receivers, depending on how you view Odunze and Neighbours, and how that plays out as well. You know, do you just, you know, sit at 4, take Marvin Harrison, or I guess like how cocky do you want to get, and like how, you know, how big are your onions? Do you want to, you know, for the sake of getting an extra 4th round pick, want to risk losing out entirely? With the amount of capital the Cardinals have, I think they should just stay pat. Take Marvin Harrison. I just think it's too big of a risk. Like, you can have a trade in principle, but then someone can outdo you. You know, until that deal's done.
Yeah, I'm guessing how they feel about also the 3rd wide receiver.
Yeah,
because they possibly could get like back to number 8 or 9, and you probably, if someone's jumped up to number 4 for quarterback, then you know, it's either Neighbours or Dunze is probably going to be there at 9 if no one else trades for them. So it's not crazy. For example, if the Vikings trade with them, that to get to number 8 and 9 with the 11th pick, you don't have to give up too much. But like you said, it's how they feel about that 3rd wide receiver. Do they want to miss out just to get an extra pick in the 1st round, which they've already got? So they would have 3 picks instead of 2.
23, 27. And, well,
but
I'm saying 23 for the Vikings right now.
Yeah,
whoever.
But do you what is the gap between, you know, the top wide receiver, whatever, say my and the 3rd wide receiver? Is it worth that risk of getting a low 1st rounder, where we've seen in plenty of years where it doesn't work out quite a lot of the time? So it's that risk if they're willing to take it.
And saying that, all 4 of us predicted Marvin Harrison to the Cardinals. So, and we did get a little wild with our mocks, to be fair. I think all of us had some pretty out there picks.
Yeah, my mock changed a lot because I was going a bit crazy just because I was trying to offset what my actual bets were, thinking, you know what, if it goes awry, then crazy. And then I just realigned it. Just a quick shout out, we've got Daniel Berry, Sports Highlights. Happy Thursday, happy draft day.
There isn't many happier Thursdays on the draft, is there?
There aren't. Maybe Masters Thursday is a close second, but yeah.
It's not a golf podcast, Paul. Get out of here with that moment. I don't have to tee off on that one, but that is a terrible take.
That's 7 minutes, and that's the first ranty joke.
Well, we are on the clock now, so I figured now we're on the clock. Let's go. Let's get the puns out. Let's start going.
Okay, as we're on the clock, maybe what we should do is share what we've got coming up. So should we have a look at our bets that we've got lined up? We are a betting show. If you've not seen Good Teams and Great Teams cover, and the 30 people that are currently watching us, I don't think all of them would have done. So we are a gambling-based NFL podcast. So, yeah, the bets are a big part of what we do. So if we'll start there. And, unsurprisingly, none of us have gone for Caleb Williams at number 1. The value
we all think it's happening.
Wasn't quite there. Yeah, it's not because it's not happening. I think the odds from an odds perspective are pretty poor. But yes, from what we've got plenty going on. And I think it starts to get fun at number 2. I know from kind of where I'm at, Big Jaden Daniels going at number 2 is where we're at. From a bets perspective, limited number of screens, it's hard to get everything up in one go. There we go. We're back. Yes, so we're on. Jaden Daniels at number 2, decent at -140. Jaden Daniels to be second quarterback picked -135. And then we're into number 3. Even money on Drake May, which is interesting. There we go. Thank you very much, Joe. Bringing up the graphics. Shout out to Joe doing all the fantastic graphics as always. But yeah, Jaden Daniels at number 2, -140. Jaden Daniels second quarterback picked, -135 for me. And then even money shouts on Drake May at number 3 or third quarterback picked. Even money, I think that's great value. JJ McCarthy to be 6th pick or after, over 5.5, +135. And then the 3 quarterbacks, Williams, Daniels, May in that order at -110. I think some great value there. Not tooting my own horn there, gents, but I think we've got a solid set on the quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, depends who you're listening to, I think, because a lot of talk of Knicks and Penix sneaking into the first round still. I think it really is going to be where we'll see at the end of the night. I do like plus 200 though. If I'm going to be betting it, I'd rather be betting plus 200 than -180.
So Joe,
pick either side.
Yeah, I think Joe, this is on your card, isn't it, as well, under 4.5 quarterbacks in round 1.
Yeah, I think with the odds being by plus 200, I think every year we think, there's going to be 5 or 6 quarterbacks going in the first round, and it feels like last few years with like Will Levis, we've mentioned sliding down into the next round, and he was drafted at number 3 at some boards, and he went down quite a bit. And I think same with Penix and Bo Nix, that people are saying they could sneak in, but I also think a lot of teams who probably want them probably think we probably could get them at the top of the second. A lot of the teams are probably who wants them are, in the mid-teens, and it just feels like the price is way too high to draft them there, that they could trade up to, the top 10 in the second round and get it there, or even wait where they are. So I think we know 4 is definitely going. It's just is a desperate team who's just going to overreach, and we're all going to be slagging them off at the end of the night. I think that's how it'll go if we lose that bet.
Look, we're nothing but fair on good teams and great teams to cover, when teams make interesting decisions. And, we're not one to jump to conclusions and already proclaim that the 4th quarterback drafted is going to be absolutely terrible and a bust. And is nothing but a system quarterback with a good run game and an outstanding defense. But look, draft night's there for hot takes. It's the one night a year you can probably get away with them, and we'll no doubt be grading these picks next week early in our episode. We've got over 100 people watching us, guys, already, which is outstanding, which is probably more people than have listened to an episode of Good Teams and Great Teams covered before. So if you're joining us for the first time, welcome. Draft Bonanza is going to go on for a very long time, so hopefully you can stick with us throughout. Pipe in on the comments if you're on Twitter or X, YouTube. If we've not crossed paths before, it'd be great to make some new friends as well. And go give us a follow if you're not following us already at GTW_GTC across Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Good Teams and Great Teams cover over on Spotify for the audio-only versions. Movement on the stage. Goodell is about to come out on the stage. We're up to a very creepy video for Roger Goodell. That's got Barry Sanders in it, which is interesting. Over under how many Detroit-based people are going to be in the rest of this promo video?
Well, we don't know how long it'll be, but 3.5, I'll say.
I think we've just hit 2. Oh, no, that's Caleb Williams. Less Goodell on screen, the better, I think. Aiden Hutchinson. I think we're over already. Yes, we've got, let's run through, Joe, we'll run through the rest of the picks while we've got them. Let's add them back on. Our bets, and we'll be keeping a track of these throughout the evening. The rest of my bets are around the top 4 exact order: Williams, Daniels, May, Harrison at plus 150. Eminem, there's the over. Marvin Harrison at number 4, minus 170. I've gone for Dallas Turner at number 8, although that seems to be leaning towards Latu being the first defensive player, or potentially Byron Murphy. I've gone Dallas Turner under 10.5 just in case, for draft position, just in case of a slide. Turner is the first defensive player drafted. Looks at really bad odds now at minus 135, but when you do these in advance, that's what happens. Jackson Powers-Johnson, just to be a first rounder at minus 200. Brock Bowers under 11.5. I think someone snags him. And then Quinion Mitchell under 15.5. Surely he gets drafted in the top 16. Eminem's out on stage now with Commissioner Goodell.
It's interesting, Quinion Mitchell, you've got under 15.5 and you didn't even have him in your initial mock draft.
Yeah, well, I did. And then we kind of messed around with it a little bit.
The one you request we published did not have Quinion Mitchell in. Thankfully, Joe does quality control for you, because I would have just put it out.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Joe. You wouldn't have let me off, would you, Byron, to be fair?
Absolutely not. And I mean, if someone put Latu in twice, I wouldn't let them off either. So
quick shout out for everybody else that's following and watching. Feather Freebird, welcome to Good Teams and Great Teams cover. Happy draft day to you too. And Dustin Wilson, much love from the Soap Squad. Keep up the great work, fellas. Thanks, Dustin, for watching along. We appreciate you. Enjoy your draft evening.
Keep it clean.
Keep it clean, yes, great. And that's why you come along to Good Teams and Great Teams cover. Eminem's on the mic. I've got it on mute so that...
Me too. I hope it's a family show.
That's the audio, yeah.
Not just Dustin that needs to keep it clean.
And we've got Jared Goff. Are we just bringing everybody? We've got Amon Ra. Is the whole Detroit Lions roster going to come out on and Aiden Hutchinson in a very...
It's funny because you must be about 30 seconds ahead of me.
Oh, am I?
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely fine. Please talk. But yeah, it's because mine's coming through the internet. I'm guessing yours is straight from the Sky dish.
Yes. Shout out Sky Sports using the NFL Network coverage here in the UK. And Barry on the podium now as well. Barry Sanders. And I'll tell you what, Detroit looks incredible there. That place is packed out so far, and I'm sure it will be across the weekend. Look, as well, we've got people that we know are friends of the show that are there as well, that are there at the draft. So we've got the Roar of the Lions guys who helped us with our Fans on the Clock draft by providing a pick, and we've had one of the guys on as a guest before. Two of the guys are there. They also made the local CBS Detroit News as guests today. They were just interviewed live in the news studio there as UK Lions fans. So shout out to the Roar of the Lions guys. And we've got Fraser Campbell, again, not former Manchester United, Huddersfield, Hull centre forward, but he's there representing the New York Jets. Not only is he there supporting his team, he will be making a pick, I think, on day 2 or day 3 for the Jets. So we'll snip that and post that. I'm sure it'll be everywhere. Fraser's actually going to be making a pick for the New York Jets, which is really fucking cool. So yeah, plenty of the UK guys out there. And we're ready to roll. Joe, we've got the rest of the picks. Joe, you're up. So you've gone the quarterbacks under 4.5 in the first round, which was your big value shout, wasn't it? A few days ago when we did the live bet episode, and I think really great value. Over 6.5 wide receivers. So who are the 7, Joe, you think you're going to get taken?
That is a great question. Obviously, the top 3 we all know. I'm just trying to remember who I even picked in my mock draft. That was Brian Thomas Jr. I think Xavier Worthy is going to sneak in. I think Mitchell is going to sneak in. How many is that? Is that 6? And then
one other.
I think I may have already picked 6.
Well, mock draft
like over 6.5.
Yeah, but my mock draft. I think Ladbrokes could go near the end. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be 7. I don't think it'll be. So
yeah, so you're going Marvin Harrison, Neighbours, Adunze.
You got Brian Thomas to the Bills, Xavier Worthy to the Raiders, Adonai Mitchell to the Chiefs,
and McConkey or somebody sneaks in as a 7th.
Yeah. I haven't picked it personally. Obviously, doing my mock draft yesterday, I've realised I didn't have as many as wide receivers as I thought I was going to have, but I'm not a bit surprised because it feels like there's a few teams and there's been some rumours about some 49ers wide receivers getting traded, so they might pick another one up. And there's a few teams, like I think we mentioned the Lions could always pick one up if they're there. So yeah, I felt the wide receivers, especially in the 20 range, it feels like there's always a good run of them, like 3 or 4. So
in recent years, we've seen Marquise Hollywood Brown get traded on draft night, AJ Brown. Joe, as a 49ers fan, is there a real possibility Brandon Ayuk gets traded tonight?
I think there's a possibility. I would hate it. Because there's also been talks that people are ringing up about Debo as well. That people
are 49ers are ringing up about Debo.
Yeah. And it's been mentioned that apparently a top 10 team spoke to 49ers about Ayuk as well. If it was top 10, then I would say, yeah, I would take it. If it's low 20s, I know we've got to pay him, but I'd rather have him than probably Debo if I had to choose. So I think it's a possibility just because how many players the 49ers have paid and they still have to pay going forward. Brock Purdy at some point, probably next year after, is going to need a massive contract, and you're going to have to figure out how you're going to work that in. And yeah, paying 2 wide receivers big money doesn't help. But and I love IU because I would be devastated. But anything can happen. I think everyone was like, surely they're not going to get rid of AJ Brown. There's the only wide receiver they had, one of the best, top 10 wide receiver. They're never going to trade him. And then, here we are. He's just signed a new contract with the Eagles. So it's.
To be fair, 4 months later, though, the GM and the head coach were both fired. Well, so I'm not sure that should be a model we're trying to replicate.
The Bears are currently on the clock. They've got about 7.5 minutes to get their inevitable pick in. We'll talk about Caleb Williams shortly when he's up on that stage. Joe, the rest of your bets. So you've got Neighbours as your third wide receiver drafted at 3 and a bit to 1. Brian Thomas under 19.5 at plus 135. Brock Bowers under 11.5 at plus 125. Byron Murphy, we talked about this on the preview show, the draft preview show. Byron Murphy, there's a lot of steam about Byron Murphy being the first player drafted in the last 48 hours. You're sitting pretty on it 11 to 1. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, pretty happy. I think what we mentioned in the podcast is the fact that there's not many top class defensive tackles. There's quite a lot of edge rushers, and you're always looking for more than one on your team. But it feels like there's always stars in the way. But it feels like defensive tackles is always a tough position to pick and get right. So the head coach coming from the Rams, and he's obviously worked with the best probably defensive tackle there's ever been. So I just thought I'd put 2 and 2 together, and with that price, I was like, why not? Because it feels like it's in between 3 players, and last week Byron Murphy wasn't really talked about, and now it's working out, and he's shot up, and I think his odds have reduced. So I'm pretty happy with that price.
Yeah, no, I think that's good, and I'm kind of, the more and more it's gone the last couple of days, I'm loving it. But yeah, 11 to 1, great value. You've doubled down Byron Murphy under 10.5 at plus 375, and then first non-quarterback to be drafted, Joel. So is that hope that somebody jumps to 4 and then the Chargers go, no, we don't want Marvin Harrison. Jim Harbaugh really wants that big tackle in Joel.
Yeah, that was my reasoning last week. For hoping that they would choose. I think the whispers around, and you've seen my mock draft as well. That's not what I've gone for, and he's not even the first offensive tackle to go as well with the Chargers they've chosen. So it has changed, but again, at that price, 12 to 1, it's it's worth a punt. It felt like last week it would if that happened where someone went for JJ McCarthy, it would have been between Joel and Harrison Jr. And God knows what Harbaugh does. He lives on his own tune. So. Who knows? Again, at that price, why not having a punt? There's no point, going for super low. Might as well take chances in this game.
Fair enough. Well, let's flip it across because we're not too far away from the number 1 pick being announced. Let's get the rest of these picks boxed off. Let's have a look at Byron's. Oh, Joe, have you got another sheet of yours? Oh, is that all yours?
Just one.
On to Byron. Part 2 or part 1? Which one do we want to do?
Oh, sorry.
Look, it's a live show. It's live TV. This is what happens. While we're there, Byron, you can start talking through yours because you know your bets. Byron, you're on mute.
Live show, isn't it? So here's me being sassy about which one are we doing, and it's not even coming through. Pick 5 Rome Odunze. I think the Chargers are more wide receiver needy than tackle needy. I've gone Malik Neighbours in my mock draft, but kind of torn between the two, and Odunze at 1,700 is a huge value relative to everyone else that was at pick 5 at the time. Pick 8, JJ McCarthy. I think the Falcons are an easy trade-out target. I think the Falcons are an easy trade-out target. Vikings want to move up, and it's going to cost a lot more to get up to 5 than it will to 8, I think. So I just think at 1,300, easy pick. Do you want to go and watch the pick coming in?
Well, the pick is in, so
but it's not up yet.
Probably take like another 10 minutes for Goodell to get out to the podium.
Yeah. On a similar note of, I'm thinking Odunze goes in the top 8. I think JJ McCarthy goes at 8. I think your first defensive player is going at 9. So I have Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy, plus 750, plus 600 at 9 itself. Just, I think, good values for players that are a lot shorter now. Dallas Turner was a huge favourite to be number 8. But if Falcons move out, obviously, Dallas Turner moves out as well. And then just Troy Fortunu to be the Jets pick at number 10. I think the Jets will stick there. I think they're more likely to go tackle than Brock Bowers, and I think all wide receivers will be out by then. If the Jets do move up for a wide receiver, I think the 10 is a nice spot for the tackle 2 or 3 anyway. So, again, that's kind of why I've gone there. If I was placing that bet today, I could get 700. I'd probably go JC Latham, to be honest. But, yeah, went with Fortunu. Brian Thomas went over 19.5. So me and Joe odds there, I guess.
Odds,
but,
yeah.
But we have both picked him at 21 in our mock draft. So, what does that tell you? It started coming out towards the start of this week that there's Brian Thomas got a labrum issue and he hasn't had surgery on it yet because he's preparing for the draft.
Goodell is at the podium.
Already, well, let's catch up in a sec. Who do you think is going? Caleb Williams?
Chicago Bears selects Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC.
Wow.
Shock across the guys at good.
We've all got one right on a mock draft. Well done, guys. Started off well.
Do you want to flash up the mock, Joe? While it's 100% for all of us before it gets ruined.
And I just realised I need to knock off some of my notifications because Sleeper are telling me who the number 1 pick is, which I appreciate, but I don't want to know. We're not tipping picks here. We'll announce them as they get on the TV.
We will announce them as Goodell announces them, yes. That's the rule. If you tip picks, you're a scumbag.
Yeah. I mean, if you enjoy it, fair enough, enjoy it, but like, it's not for me.
Don't ruin it for everybody else. So we've got our mock draft game going on. So, Joe, do you want to explain how it works?
You don't have to.
I can. Sorry, I was just having a look at it then, just to remember.
I'll explain.
So we'll see if we keep up with it and see how it works. So if you get the team and the pick right, you get 10 points. If you just get the pick, so the player is at the right pick, you get 5 points. If you get the team picking the player, which is not the right pick, it's 3 points. And if you get any trades right with this team where the team moves to you, also get an extra 5 points as well. So we've all got 10 points to start off. We're all on a winning run. Let's see how it moves on from here. Well, we've all got the same top 4, so we'll be on the same points. So start at number 5, where it goes from there.
Yeah, let's start getting interested at number 5. Okay, let's talk about Caleb Williams now that the pick is in, and he is officially the number 1 overall pick in the NFL 2024 draft. Chicago Bears got this pick from their trade with the Carolina Panthers. This is a 7-10 team picking at 1, not the worst team in the NFL. I mean, first question is this the best situation a number 1 pick, especially quarterback, is ever going to go into?
I think for a good while, if not certainly my memory, I know James went in with a second-year Mike Evans and Vincent Jackson as his 2 receivers, but I think overall, I think the Bears' defense is good, especially after that Montez Sweat deal last year. DJ Moore is one of the... Well, DJ Moore and Keenan Allen are both in the top 15 receivers in the league, being maybe unkind. You know, you could maybe argue them even a little higher each, but, you know, they were both excellent last year. No reason to think they're going to fall off a huge amount, even though Keenan Allen's only on his 1-year Chicago contract, as it essentially is. But DJ Moore is excellent. Cole Kmet's a good tight end. If you know, he's not an excellent one, but he's certainly fine. DeAndre Swift, Khalil Herbert, Roshan Johnson, fine enough backfield. The whole line isn't a mess. It kind of has felt like, you know, the one piece that's been missing for since the 1940s, really, with Chicago is the quarterback position. And yeah, I can't think of a better position that a number 1 pick has come into in, like I say, my lifetime as the NFL fan.
I was going to see a 4,000-yard passer in Chicago.
Yes. Year 1, I think, yeah.
Do you think year 1? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
I think so, yeah. I think if I had to bet on it, yes. I'm guessing the only negative, I would say, it's not massive, and if Caleb Williams performs, it's fine. But it feels like if they have a bit of a stinker, you know, where they win 5 or 6, you know, it can happen. You know, better teams, you know, injuries and all that kind of stuff. It feels like the head coach might be out. So you're having to start again and see where that goes. Because it felt like middle of last year, it was like, well, he's definitely going to be the head coach. You're going to get someone in for Caleb Williams because it's fairly obvious pretty early that they were getting the number 1 pick with how the Panthers playing. But obviously the team improved. That defense actually improved. So yes, I would say that's the only negative. But when you look how they performed last year and the people they brought in this summer as well, and they've still got another pick as well, which I think you'll probably go on the defense because defense is so up and down, and you can never. I feel like offense is more consistent, so you can take last year and see where it goes. Yeah. Defenses can come up and down, but what else would he want if?
I think it depends as well who's there at 9. If Adunze lasts till 9, you just smash him in there. But there's so much defensive depth that you get the first or second best defensive player, and it's hard to say no to, right?
And especially with Allen, like if he's only there for 1 year, then it's you're covering your back there. But I'm guessing that there's pressure on him, where there's always pressure on the number 1 pick, but it feels like there's also not the excuse where you were the worst team. It's like he has to hit the ground running, or there's going to be people calling him out straight away.
Yeah, and I think there is. And look, I don't know if it's a red flag. People were criticising him, crying after losing a game. Bearing in mind he's known for how many months he was going to be the number 1 overall pick. Yeah. He was just crying again.
It's an emotional moment. You're not going to catch me bagging on anybody for being emotional. So
if I got drafted number 1, I think I would cry.
Yeah. He's jumped in the cries in the pit with the Bears fans taking selfies, so he's already getting on side with the Bears fans.
And the good thing with Bears is 5 fingers. He can pin it the BERS. Perfect team
very cool
to go with.
Excellent. We're not going to dig him out about his nail polish, whatever he wants to do.
Oh, I don't mind. It just works perfectly.
Quick one. The Commanders, pretty quick. The pick is already in, so we're going to see the Commanders picking it too. So loving this from the NFL. Let's move it on quick. I love that. We're not going to be here for 5 hours after all. Caleb Williams, I suppose, what we're expecting to see out of Caleb Williams, I've been pretty critical of him in that if I was the Bears, I wouldn't be taking him. But
who would you have taken again?
I'd be taking the guy who I think is just going to be taken by the Commanders.
Bonix.
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. All right, let's put a name on it. I struggle with that, truthfully. But I think Caleb Williams is just essentially the full package. Like, I'm not sure what... He had a terrible team last year, and his performance went down a little bit. But over his entire college career, I'd struggle to argue anyone was better than him in that time period. And I think his game translates to the NFL incredibly well. So it'd be a no-brainer for me. I wouldn't be considering Daniels, Drake May, JJ McCarthy, or anyone else.
Joe, any thoughts on Williams? What are you expecting to see out of him? We'll try and time this before Goodell comes out.
Yeah, I think, like you say, he should hopefully hit the ground running. It feels like he's got the highest floor for quarterback for quite some time. Probably would go like Lawrence or even all the way back to Andrew Luck, where it feels like not because no one's ever guaranteed. Obviously, that's
Let's see. Goodell's out on the podium for number 2.
It would just be the Commanders to choose, Joe Alt or something like that.
Commander selects Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU, with the second overall pick. Let's just finish any Caleb Williams analysis before we move on. I suppose my bit, I know not digging him out. Look, I get he was struggled with USC defense and also didn't have the weapons last year. But my concern is in those games, look, he's mastered kind of the air raid offense. I'm not entirely sure that's what Chicago will run. But in those games against moderately good to great defenses in college, he was left wanting and was made to look daft at times. That's my worry with Caleb Williams stepping up to the next level. Particularly his challenges against Utah. He just couldn't beat them. And they had it wasn't great, but it was a good, solid defense. And he just couldn't get the job done against them and made a lot of very, very silly mistakes. I think he will be my bet for most interceptions thrown next season, because I think you'll probably get a decent price on that because he will take chances. It's in his nature. But let's move on. Jaden Daniels out of LSU, the Heisman Trophy winner from this year. I expected, I think, at this point, from how it's been going the last few weeks.
Yeah, massively, yeah. And, it's a guy who's, it's 5-year starter. He's left it as late as he can to come out, I guess, but he's timed it well because come out as a Heisman winner off the best season he's ever had. If he was coming out last year, he's certainly not a first-round pick, right?
Probably not, no.
But he's not coming out last year. He's coming out this year. After, he's had, 2 great wide receiver talents to get him up there. And, he's boosted them as much as they've boosted him, to be fair. I'm not trying to make out
he's made those 2 guys. One's going to be a top 10 pick. The other one's definitely going to go in the first round.
Well, I mean, we can argue who's made each who, we'll see how the NFL careers go, I guess. But because Jaden Daniels wasn't doing it as much, certainly at Arizona State or prior at LSU. But yeah, he's electric. I have some doubts about his build, his willingness to not know what a hit is or how to avoid one. Yeah, it's one thing to love contact in the college game. I worry that he does it in the NFL game. I hope he does, though, figure it out, because as much as I'm pointing out his little nitpicking issues there, if he hits it, he's going to be quality. Like, he's going to be so fun to watch. It's going to be RG3.
Yeah, that's the easy parallel, isn't it? RG3 also taken at number 2 overall behind Andrew Luck.
It took huge hits.
Yes, didn't know when to give it up.
Yeah.
But, I mean, RG3's rookie season is still one of my favorite NFL ever quarterback seasons.
I was nearly Commanders fan
that year.
I was nearly Commanders fan because of that season. That's when I was just getting into it. Thank God I didn't choose them.
Probably the last time the Washington Commanders, whatever football team, whatever, were truly excited at the quarterback position.
Absolutely. Weren't loving that one Carson Wentz year or the 1 week of Ryan Fitzpatrick. Oh, Alex Smith, wasn't it? With the 1 week
Kirk Cousins as well.
He
got close, but he's not exciting.
He's not a thriller. Yeah, he's very, very dependable, very consistent. But yeah, he's certainly not thrilling. But yeah, Jaden Daniels, he's going to be fun to watch.
I don't know if you've seen a comparison where they're just showing about Heisman QB selected 1 and 2.
Well, this is the second time it's happened. So Winston, Mariota, it happened last time. Heisman winners going back to back 1 and 2. It's happened tonight.
No great history.
Yeah, it's happened tonight with Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels.
2 of them are on the same team now, Mariota and Jaden Daniels.
Mariota and Jaden Daniels are on the same team. One Heisman Trophy winner backing up another. Yeah. Has that happened?
Oof, good question.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. To try and find that one up. Patriots pick is in, so we'll see who the Patriots take at 3.
I see when you bet, Paul, by the way. Well done.
Yes, a couple in already. So, yeah, Jaden Daniels at 2 and second quarterback drafted. So, a couple cashed already. We're all about winners here at Good Teams When Great Teams Cover. That's what we do. I might not be saying that. So, we've got a chance here because I'm on the Drake May plus 100 to go third quarterback drafted. So, yeah.
And the exact order.
And the exact order. So we've got a chance for plus 100, even money shot, and a minus 110 cash in here. Everything looks pretty calm in the Patriots room, which suggests they've probably taken Drake May.
Do you worry with, just talk about the Daniels pick, with Cliff Kingsbury being the offensive coordinator? It feels like he's had all these top quarterbacks and still gets jobs when he doesn't really do a great job.
I feel like this is the style of quarterback he wants for his system. We've seen, not necessarily with the size, but Kyler and his work with Caleb Williams before, all similar. All similar traits. So, yeah.
But he's not done amazing with them, though. That's the thing, isn't it?
That's the point, yeah. But we will see. I'm very worried about playing Jaden Daniels twice a year in the NFC East as a Cowboys fan. Goodell's at the podium. Let's see who the Patriots take at 3.
Especially with our linebackers. He will just be running around them for fun.
The New England Patriots select quarterback Drake May, North Carolina.
I think you said JJ McCarthy.
Well, the good thing, you're that little bit ahead of us, Paul. I don't know if you're ahead of Joe as well, but you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Not sure how much our viewers would appreciate you just lying, but I would get a kick out of it at least.
Yeah, potentially people watching are going to be behind, so apologies. My TV is just really at it here.
It's just live, yeah. As soon as you have to get the internet streaming, it's that little delay on it, yeah.
Yeah, so this isn't us tipping picks. I'm getting it from Goodell.
And yeah, we see Drake May now. Well, I certainly do anyway. And yeah, all smiles, all happy campers. So what do you think of Drake May?
Patriots don't move. Patriots take Drake May at 3. There's, I think, a lot of talk that they could go for JJ McCarthy at 3, but they go with Drake May. Consensus third best quarterback. Would you guys agree with that? Or?
Consensus top 3 quarterbacks, certainly. I'm kind of torn between him and Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels got the upside. I think Drake May's probably got the floor. So in that scenario, I'd probably you want the ceiling. So yeah, but I think there's a bigger gap between 3 and 4 than there is between 3 and 2, if that makes sense. I think it's to me a clear 1, a clear 2, 3, a clear 4. I think good for New England for picking though, because I think it is tempting to go like, oh, we'll trade out to X pick, we'll get extra picks next year. Just sit Drake May behind Jacoby Brissett for 8, 9, 10 games, maybe 6, 17 games, depending on how much learning he has to do. You don't need to play him this year. You do need a quarterback for the future. Yeah. The NFL comp there is Jordan Love.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
I think that's absolutely fine if he sits.
Not for 3 years, though.
I mean, ideally not. No, obviously.
But also, when you look at that Patriots team, you just worry.
Yeah. Where it is. I think if you threw him in now, you would do more harm than good for him.
Yeah. Because it's like nuts when Matt Jones' first year. I remember kicking myself, being like, "Why did the 49ers not get him 3rd overall?" It was like the Patriots have done it. Yeah, the Patriots have done it again. They've got the quarterback for the next 10, 15 years. They're going to end up winning 3 or 4 Super Bowls somehow. And then because that team went so downhill, it probably exposed them a bit more and getting traded away for peanuts. So with a new head coach, hopefully they actually have an offensive staff this time, and they're not getting Matt Patricia in again to coach the offense. Hopefully they actually get back on track.
Yeah, I like Drake May, but I think I agree he'd benefit from sitting and just play Jacoby Brissett, or maybe he goes in very late in the season, kind of a couple of dead rubber games. I think he's got the background and the heritage of an athlete with his brother, I think, and his dad as well. But I think for me, you'd sit him and let him develop. I think you can get by with Jacoby Brissett for a year with expectations being quite low. Yeah. Potentially going to end up with another relatively high draft pick to go and get Drake May a weapon next year. Loving the Carolina blue ties, stuck with that Drake May. But I think he's got a lot going for him right now and a lot of positives. He's definitely got the arm. He can make the different kind of throws. I think he is probably guilty of trying to do too much on his own. And if he tried to do that in this New England Patriots team, that would be so much trouble. Because
you wouldn't blame him for trying.
Yeah.
Do you worry where he's come from in terms of the college division and whatnot? Because feels like there's been a lot of quarterbacks. Yeah, it's been a lot of quarterbacks similar where we're projecting. They were good at that level. They're obviously gonna. You look at Mitch Trubisky, obviously coming from the same college and coming out, everyone thought, oh well, he's got the tools, but it took a year or two, and you realised, oh, he's not an NFL quarterback because it's not all of these 3 are not going to hit. We've seen it lots of different years where you just look at a few years back when there was 5 quarterbacks in the top 15 and there's only 1 still with the team. So is it a red flag, that kind of? Because I haven't watched him too much, so I can't really speak on that. But I don't know how you feel with comparisons to previous quarterbacks.
I mean, it's easy. You've talked like Mitch Trubisky and Sam. We saw Sam Howell come out of North Carolina, most recently. I think obviously naturally, when you're coming out the ACC, it is a weak as high. It's obviously one of the Power 5 one of the Power 5 leagues, but conferences, I should say. But I get it. It's not the SEC. It's not the Big Ten or Pac-12, which I know is defunct now, but we still had a high level of competition there. So, I don't know if that's enough against him, but I certainly think he's the third best one, and your need was so great that I don't think you were gonna trade out. So.
Yeah, no, I don't mind what they did. Like, they've got to go quarterback. It was fairly obvious. I just wondered, like, when you mentioned about who would you go in, Daniels and May, is that one of the things? Oh, it looks like the Cardinals pick her in. So they're not trading. So that's the first news. It's got to be Marvin Harrison, surely.
Cardinals select wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr., Ohio State. So yeah, the trade hasn't happened. So nobody's gone up at this point to go get the fourth quarterback. It is Marvin Harrison Jr., the first non-quarterback off the board. We've had a pretty good start personally. So we've cashed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bets so far for me. We've cashed in 20 minutes. So yeah, we've got the plus 150 Williams, Daniels, May, Harrison bet in. Nice. We've got the 2 even money bets on Drake, May, Daniels, second quarterback pick, and Williams, Daniels, May, minus 110. So it's been a profitable evening for me. So whatever else happens, I've had a good night so far. And we've got 173 people watching along, which is crazy. But if you've not seen Good Teams Win Great Teams cover before, this is what we really like to do. Never goes as well as this. So don't think, we're going to just back everything these guys say, because that's not what happens. But
you're not advertising as well. We always win.
People, please gamble responsibly. When the fun stops, stop. But yes, we've had a good start, and I think probably the thing that we're going to change, it needed a trade to kind of mess this up, and it hasn't. Cardinals have stayed fast at 4. Marvin Harrison Jr., for me, he's the best player in the draft. Best player in the draft probably by a long way as well. Incredible. This Cardinals team is going to be, I think, real exciting. Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison, I think the Cardinals are a candidate to go from, not win the division because the Niners are in it, but Cardinals to go from terrible
worse to in the playoffs.
To a wild card slot.
The new Texans.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Still got another first round pick to come as well.
Yep.
And in a really juicy spot of the draft where, pick
I wonder if it's more the division, because when you look at the NFC South,
it's a tough one.
The AFC South, so it was a bit of trash compared. Like the Rams obviously look a lot better than they were, and Seahawks obviously got new teams. So, but no, it's again, we all picked these first 4. It felt like most people have picked this first 4, except if anyone traded out. So it's fairly chalk and cheese. I think it's going forward is where it's going to start getting interesting now with who's going to go with the Chargers. But, I think this is a home run. I don't know if there's much to say.
Quick question. We've got Paul Fitzsimmons watching along on our YouTube channel. Paul, welcome. If you need to go Teams Win Great Teams cover, thanks for joining us. He's asked, when do you guys think the first curveball comes here in this draft? I think possibly now at 5.
Well, guys, I was going to say, if you upload our mock draft, it's a lot of people thought where they're going to go. I've gone JC Latham, which I think at the start of the week, not many people were saying that, but it feels like the last few days it's ramped up, and Harbaugh they want to be a big physical team, and he's probably one of the most physical,
And I think in terms of
hand in the dirt, that kind of player.
Pure curveball, looking at our mock, I think we're looking at 8 though.
Because
we all have a different team. We all have different players. And we all got different positions. So I think, it's either wide receiver or tackle here unless we see a trade out. I was quite surprised to see me and Paul matched on the player. I don't know. I figured you would go tackle. I don't know why.
I backed and forth. I had Joe Alt in there. I also had a Cardinals trade that then let Harrison go to the Chargers at 5. So I flipped and jumped. But I settled on Neighbours.
Sorry.
I think it's going to be Joe Alt, though. Unless they trade out, I think it's probably going to be Joe Alt.
I just realised as well, this is my first action of the night, potentially. This is where I had Roma Dunze at 1,700 for my pick. Not hugely confident, just like the value. Like I say, I think it'll be Neighbours or a Dunze. You're pumping your fist, Paul. Do we know that it's a Dunze? Or?
No, I was willing it for you. We've just gone
cheers.
We've just gone
that 30 seconds is really ahead of me.
We've gone to our first commercial break on Sky Sports, which is good that we've gone 45 minutes without a commercial break on Sky Sports, which normally only ever happens when Premier League football's on.
Yeah.
But yes, no, thank you. We just listed off. I've cashed, I think, 7 bets already, so I've had a great night.
Great job.
Love that.
I've lost one of mine, so I just throw that out there to be honest, Paul, like you mentioned. Yeah. So I have the Joe being the first non-quarterbacks. Obviously, Harrison going. Yeah. I was thinking of trade. I really thought that early in the week the Vikings will maybe go up to number 3 or try and get up there. But yeah, as you can see from mock draft, the more I thought about it and looking at it, I feel like McCarthy's a bit rich to go that high, and probably because I think if they go where me and Byron have said, I don't think they have to give up their second first round pick, and I don't think McCarthy's worth 2. So, but yeah, so I've lost that bet, and we'll see where the next one takes us.
Joe,
you're probably feeling better about McCarthy over 5.5 now, Paul, as well, right?
Yeah. So now, yes, that's going to hit. That's going to hit for sure.
Unless Harbaugh gets his quarterback.
Oh my word!
Just imagine if that was a
I'm all for people having the quarterback sitting, but that might be a little extreme.
JJ McCarthy at all costs on the note.
No matter what.
No matter what, yeah.
That'd be the biggest curveball of the draft, I think.
Yes.
History, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, and the trade, Herbert for 3 or 4 number 1 picks from
Cowboys trade for Justin Herbert.
4 number 1 picks.
When Jerry Jones says he's all in, he just means on the QB room.
Yeah. We've got plenty of time to come before the all-in gag can start.
I did just get a message from the Chicago Bears. The pick is in. They have drafted Caleb Williams. So I'm glad that the communication department, the Bears, are still the 101 of uselessness.
Nice.
That's incredible.
Love that. We're waiting a little bit. Look, you know what? Shout out the NFL. They're taking on feedback, I think. We are motoring along this draft, I think.
Give it an hour.
I was about to say, you say that now, but the Chargers are...
The first 10 picks are normally pretty fluid, I think. And then when Howie Roseman gets on that phone and calls every single team who's picking 11 to 20 before he can pick it, that's when things are going to slow down, I think.
I was a little bit surprised. I thought that we might have been waiting a little bit longer for the Patriots. I thought they might have been waiting just to see. Let's see. Let's just see what we might get.
But I think there was a news story today where they said it would have to be like a blockbuster.
King's Run.
Crazy. Yeah. And I think they probably know by now that someone's not just suddenly going to come in and be like, oh, we'll give you 3 number 1s. Why not with a couple of minutes to go?
That's probably not coming on the clock, yeah.
Do we want to... Byron's still got another sheet of bets to go through, so let's get them rattled through before Roger Goodell comes back on and announces the Chargers pick at 5.
I'm sticking with one of these being my favourite pick of the draft. I don't need to come up. Xavier Worthy to the LA Rams, 40 to 1. It's now their third favourite or second favourite at 8 to 1. I love it. I covered this in depth why I love it so much on our draft preview show. Go check it out. But I just love it as a slot. I'd already bet on the Cowboys drafting Xavier Worthy. I think he's going in that little range of...
Somebody to take Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, 19 to 24-ish, I think is a real sweet spot. I wouldn't surprise if the Dolphins did it as well. I have their first pick position at wide receiver. They could be an option for Brian Thomas as well.
Yeah.
I do think their love of motion, their love of speed, it's legit.
Yeah. Couple of real interesting ones you've got there. So the running back, which we won't see tonight, but Braylon Allen at plus 3,500. And the one that probably interested me the most was Seahawks quarterback. I think this is real interesting, especially where they are at 16.
And John Schneider loves to trade down. So they could trade down a second time and maybe get Michael Penix at 26 as a number. Just I don't know who's at 26, but that won't stun me. I have added one more to my sheet since it's locked. I don't know if it's on my sheet here. I had Ricky Pearsall as a first round pick as well at 1,600. He's about 500 to 600 at close of market. I just think he's do it all wide receiver. And if Brandon Ayuk does get traded, I think Kyle Shanahan would love him at like 31. And one last one, which is total YOLO. It's up there with Xavier Worthy at 40 to 1. This is 35 to 1. Brock Bowers to the Eagles.
Nice.
There's a lot of talk of Howie Roseman wants to go up. Is picking? No. Howie Roseman wants to move up for somebody.
Los Angeles Chargers select Joel tackle Notre Dame.
We all go. Our streak is over on the mock draft, right?
I was going to go Joel all week, and then it was this today felt like everyone was talking about JC. I looked at like some of the other mock drafts and looking at the odds, and yeah, JC Leifson was just shot up. So I thought
it was crazy.
Damn.
Well, you had the tackle at least, Joe.
Yeah, well, there's no point. There's no points for that, Paul. I'm afraid.
Well, you should have factored that in, shouldn't you, to your game?
I feel like literally 24 hours ago, 7:46 last night. Anything can happen in a draft, but I'm struggling so much seeing JC Latham go 5 overall. It never made sense to me. And as of 24 hours ago, JC Latham was plus 280. You could have got Joel at 320. It's just, it felt like Joel was always the pick until it wasn't.
Yeah.
And it just felt like these little things get out there, and
he's a big fella.
He's a big lad.
That chair's struggling.
First player to be drafted that isn't in Detroit. Joel's at home in.
That can't be his home. He's got an exit sign on it.
Oh well, wherever he is in.
But he's not staying there, is he? He's off to LA.
Delwood, Minnesota, I believe that was. Yeah, shout out Joel. I think for me, he was my number one O-lineman, number one tackle. Yeah. I think we've talked a lot about him in the build-up. Interesting that obviously the Chargers have a set all-pro left tackle. Joel's played left tackle at Notre Dame. I mean, you're not going to ask Slater to move. Joel then becomes your right tackle for the Chargers?
Presumably, yeah. I mean, not a bad problem to have as long as he can adjust.
I mean,
and I presume he can. Like, you don't get to draft him at number 5 without finding that out.
I don't think he's got a problem adjusting because when we say he's played left tackle, he's only actually played 2 years left tackle. Yeah. When he turned up to Notre Dame, he was tight end.
Yeah.
And they've converted him into a left tackle, and within 2.5, 3 years, he's now become a top 5 NFL draft pick. So I think moving to right tackle won't be a problem for Joel.
I mean, are we maybe getting ahead of ourselves a little with that Chargers pass catching group? Is he coined as a tight end?
He could be.
Brock Bowers' first tight end is not the market.
But yeah, I love him. He's unquestionable for me. He's incredible, Joel. I think he's going to be. I mentioned he might have an NFL career as good as another Joe that played the tackle position, Joe Thomas. Yeah. I think he's going to be incredibly, incredibly good. He's huge. For a guy as tall he is, he's got great flexibility.
So it's if like whoever the Chargers have at running back, it's got to be high in the fantasy draft boards because it feels.
Well, the problem is it's Gus Edwards.
I'm sure they'll probably draft a few.
Well, the big bet is Blake Corum, who's like plus 150 to go there. Which if they take a rookie before the end of the 4th round, I think that's going to be a fantasy value.
Mm-hmm. Because it makes next year so curious with the Chargers. Because it's like strange, because I think a year ago, it was sat here thinking, well, they've got one of the best O-lines in the league. When you looked at Slater, they were set at centre, they were set everywhere, even at right tackle, they were set. And now suddenly it just had an off year, and it's didn't end the best. So they've had to try and play that kind of football. So it's now, if you're Herbert sat there, you're thinking, at least he'll be protected. I'll not get hit, but I'll also not throw it to anyone.
J. McCarthy just did that and won the championship. I think Justin Herbert will be fine if that's the outcome. It's not the college footballer, so.
Yeah, interesting. And I think this is a real signal of intent around how Jim Harbaugh is going to run the Chargers. The need for wide receiver was there. It was clear. They've opted against it. Build the trenches. That's what he's going to do. This LA Chargers team is going to be a tough team. That's how he's going to build it. That's how he's done it before. So, stayed away from, because there was absolutely need at wide receiver because of what they've lost. But no, we're going to build the trenches. That's how we're going to win. New York Giants, number 6, we're up. Goodell is up. The pick is in. Let's see who the Giants take. Hopefully we've timed this right. Come on, Raj.
I was going to say, well, while we're waiting, so Quinton Johnson, is that another fantasy where he's the only, I know he didn't have a great first year, but suddenly now they're throwing him a lot of balls and see what happens.
The New York Giants select wide receiver Malik Neighbors out of LSU.
Great pick. OBJ2. I love it. I hate it as a Cowboys fan, but I think it's a great pick.
it's fallen to the Giants to take their pick of the kind of, if it was your neighbours or a Dunze, really.
Yeah.
Which one do they like more? Neighbours is the one, and the New York Football Giants have another wide receiver out of LSU, and it's Malik Neighbours. What's Neighbours going to do for this offense that was putrid at times last year?
Give him a threat at every level of the field. Neighbours can catch the ball on the 5-yard line into touchdown. I said this on our Fans on the Clock draft show. He really does remind me of not helmet scouting. He reminds me of Odell Beckham. He's so fluid. His build's so similar. His game is so similar. Odell Beckham, you get him on that slant route, and it was, I'm not going to say it's a touchdown every catch, obviously, but like that first 3 years in the league, if you can get anywhere close to that as a rookie young wide receiver, you're cooking. And I think Neighbours has it all. I think, like I say, I think he's closer to Harrison than he is to a Dunze, and I like a Dunze. In most classes he'd be a wide receiver 1 or 2, but yeah, this 2 is just a really strong pair of wide receivers who I think come this time next year we'll be talking about them as top 10 wide receivers in the NFL probably.
Yeah, Giants draft room, war room's looking pretty happy with itself.
Malik Neighbours is looking pretty happy with himself. He is swaggy.
Yes. First swaggy shout out of the evening. Only took an hour.
What about the last? See how many sorties we get through, and we'll be feeling swaggy.
Yeah, that's quite the chain he's got. But yeah, Malik Neighbours has got Barrett Bay had a 1,500-yard receiving season on the back, obviously with the help of Heisman Trophy winning Jaden Daniels, 14 touchdowns, 89 receptions. And yeah, I think you're right. He can do it all. He's going to be a threat and a nightmare to handle. And again, another player that I didn't want to particularly see dropping in the NFC East. Yeah. Joe, how are we looking on our boards?
So I hit that. I managed to get Neighbours to the Giants. I was curious, because it felt like it's been mentioned that Neighbours going to the Chargers, if the Giants had just done so much work with Dunze that they were like, oh no, we've fallen in love with him, because we thought we were going to get him dropping down to see what they think, but obviously they clearly think that Neighbours is their guy. And now it's curious with Dunze being there, because everyone thinks the Titans are going to choose a tackle. Is someone going to come up?
I was wondering that, yeah.
Yeah, it puts all that into possibility. Oh, the Titans just going to,
If I was going to put something out there, I'd go New York Jets move up for a Dunze. It's 3 picks.
Yeah.
Not going to cost you much.
Yeah. How could the Titans just take him?
I think it's rich for the Titans to do. I think they're right. I mean, they've got obviously Hopkins. They've just paid Calvin Ridley. They do have Treylon Burks, who's been a failure so far. Let's be fair, but he's a body. And from what they have on the O-line, they don't have bodies.
Yeah. I like the first trade here because I think the Titans really need O-line help.
Yeah.
And obviously it's deep. They could potentially go down.
And maybe they'll think they were going to get Joe out.
Yeah.
Trade.
And that's why I think that's why Jets could be a good pick, because you move to 3. Yeah. You're still probably going to get your tackle 2. Maybe tackle 3.
And Minnesota sat there. Are they getting nervous that someone might jump them for JJ McCarthy? Did Denver make a play?
Certainly could. My issue with Denver moving up, though, is that Denver don't have much capital. So, they don't have a second rounder this year. So you've really got to dig into the bag, I think, and they're coming from 12 as well, which I know is only one more than 11, but it is more than 11. So that's kind of my concern of, they don't have that second rounder to give up. They have a barren roster. If you really believe in JJ McCarthy, though, it is worth it. But I think they're more likely to trade back and draft Bo Nix or Michael Penix. I think it'll be Bo Nix.
No trade. The pick is in, so we can stop the trade conversation. Who do we think it is then? The Titans just going best player available?
I think Jesse Latham is who they go here.
Yeah, I don't know if that's their best player available. I think it's just what their biggest need is, and then I think they were so hoping Joe Alt would be there.
Yeah.
I think that's why I thought they might trade back down, just because our number 1 player we wanted, probably JC Latham's probably still there at 10.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd be surprised if anyone goes. So, and I think anyone on there's about 3 or 4 offensive tackles right now and / guards. I've seen so many where the different, JC Latham when I was looking a few weeks, it was 6th on the list, and now suddenly shot up. So I think it could be any of them, any of the ones beginning with F. There's about 3 or 4 where it feels like
yeah.
Yeah, just trying to when I was trying to put the image together, I was like, am I playing the same person in here and just trying to work it all out? What am I doing?
I've got Latu twice and Faganu 3 times.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, I think it could be anything. I think it's tough to choose. It's probably just who they're,
What's the flavour?
Yeah, and especially a new head coach as well. So we'll see what kind of offensive tackle. Do you want just an out-and-out offensive tackle and just be like, that's him? Or do you want someone who can play 3 or 4 different positions?
And I think
gives that flexibility.
I said I don't think it will be a Dunze, but the reason you bring over Callahan, the O-line, the dad, is because he's such a good O-line coach.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can probably work with not elite talents then, which does lend more credence to maybe it being a Dunze. I still think it will be a no tackle, but I wouldn't be absolutely stunned if it's a Dunze.
But I think there's a difference between working with any offensive tackle line and then work with the Titans line. I think that might be a bit to do underneath it.
Well, I mean more they'll go 2nd, 3rd round picks, not just leave it alone. That might be a little. Well, that'd be suicide. Will Levis be bleeding Mayo before week 3?
Excellent.
We've dived to commercials over on the NFL Network in the USA, so I'm presuming it's the same in the UK.
Come for the insight, stay for the gags.
Not sure I'd come for the insight either, but yeah, come for the gags, stay for the gags.
Stay for the gags. I'm not normally especially at this early stage, you're pretty good idea of who the pick's going to be. I'm really not sure what the Titans are going to do here. I think they've potentially been presented with options that they didn't think they were going to get. They were hoping for Joel. He's gone. And now actually things have opened up a bit. Might not necessarily be a big need, but would you go as far as could they take who they think
JJ McCarthy
best corner is? Could it?
They certainly could, but I think it would be rich because again, I know it's not always you shouldn't draft for need, but that all line it was so bad last year and it hasn't improved.
Well, they drafted a tackle first last year, and I wonder if it's the same GM.
Goronsky, yeah. Well, I think he's wanting to guard. And I think he plays right guard. So again, Latham would show up that right-hand side. I think that's what kind of, again, with a Dunze, I wouldn't be stunned. I wouldn't be stunned if it's a defensive player. I just think, drafting for need isn't the one, but there is an element of you need a competency.
I was just looking at the Titans' last 4 first-round picks, and they're not looking great. It's just going through them.
So last year it was Skoronski. 2 years. I can't remember who it was the year before. The year before was Treylon Burks. So he's only had 2 years. Yeah, I was thinking that 3.
There was a cornerback, Farley, was 3 years ago. And then 4 years ago was another tackle, Isaiah
Wilson,
Isaiah Wilson, who's out of the league now, I believe. He had I don't know if he had mental health issues or if he was just a bit of a turd. But
Picky's in, Goodell's on the stage.
So who are we saying it is? I'm going Latham. Did we get any actual predictions?
JC Latham, Alabama.
Let me just update my mock. I didn't have that right, so I need to...
Yeah. Quickly bet on it,
Slide as we go.
Well, we all got tackle, so we got that right. So we get just pat on the back.
Yeah, I'll take it.
No points.
No points, but pat on the back.
I mean, how many points do you want? Points. Did you get it on offense or defense? Have half a point? I mean, come on.
Oh, we don't do that.
Although I am now excited because this is where I have my JJ McCarthy.
Well, I think we've all got. Have we all got trade here?
Yes. No.
Yeah.
I haven't.
All on Byron Murphy. Yawn. Boring. Just take a player. Whatever.
I've got Colts to trade up
for a Dunze. Who's there?
Yeah.
Ooh. I've got Colts to trade up for Bowers.
The next pick.
I'll tell you what, it'd be wild if you both got it right. They get a Dunze and trade again. That 25 first and second for Bowers.
So just to check in on our competition, we've kind of hit. So Joe hit Neighbours for the Giants. We all went for Joel, and it's Jason Latham because Joel's already gone. And then we're on to 8. So I'm on Byron Murphy, Byron on McCarthy, and Joe on a Dunze.
I'll take 5 for 7, and the other 2 are just the other way around. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's very good. So look how that played out for you. It's really funny to look at it just without any context though, because we all got the chalk first 4, and then between us we've had 1 out of 9 since.
It's not easy.
It really isn't.
I mean, according to Pro Football Focus, JC Latham is the 5th ranked tackle on their board. What are the... and in our fans on the clock draft, JC Latham went to... He just picked up Roger Goodell. JC Latham went 24 to the Cowboys. What are the Titans getting in JC Latham?
Big lad. I don't want to be too simple about it, but he is a big lad. He is strong. He's going to push you around.
Just like how the Titans used to play, or how they under the guy before. Why is his name? Slipped my mind.
Mike Vrabel. Yeah, he's the right tackle, and he's going to be a bit bully ball because Skoronski's on the right guard as well, and I think that's what I think it's kind of what they want to do. Yeah, they brought in Tony Pollard. They already have Taji Spears from last year. Obviously, they've added the wide receivers there, but I think between Pollard and Spears, probably going to get plenty of volume this year, and I think just necessary.
And I think the GM's from he used to work at the 49ers.
Yeah,
so again, he's wanting to be where he's running that kind of offense where it's run first and everything plays off that. And what you need is big lads who can play run. Most of the 49ers, except definitely Williams, are usually really good at the run blocking, but actually the pass protection is not the greatest, so they're probably going for that. There is a worry, obviously, he didn't start that many games. And it's a projection, it feels like he suddenly just shot up. I was surprised as well, like looking like early today, somebody was like, oh, he's going top 10, which I was surprised they never really got talked about, but obviously some people have been talking and they just want that big lad who's an out-and-out tackle. I think a lot of the other prospects is he a tackle? Is he a guard? Is he going to be able to start? And all that kind of thing. So it feels like we'll get the guy who's definitely going to be a tackle.
Yeah. I mean, in mocks, he'd been going anywhere from kind of 14 to 21. So this is quite the leap. I think kind of the start of the college football season, he was kind of possibly a top 10 pick, dropped down in the early part of the college football season, and then it's been around that kind of, somewhere between kind of 15 and 20. So, I think he's one that shot up the board potentially in the last few days, but still has all the physical tools. And, he should be a real anchor on that O-line for the Titans, who've invested 2 consecutive first-round picks in O-linemen in Skoronski and now JC Latham. Falcons pick is in at 8, so we're waiting.
No trade.
No trade so far.
Cowards.
Joe, I know you love a trade.
My JJ McCarthy stonks.
I know. Paul, you're in the running to get the full 10 points.
Could be, Is this the first?
Could they go wide receiver? Could they just go?
They definitely could, yeah. I wouldn't be stunned at all. I think it will be Byron Murphy.
I mean, if Adunze doesn't go here, surely the Bears are just rubbing their hands at 9.
I would think so.
Or someone could trade with them and,
Colts maybe.
Yeah.
Jets maybe. Might just do like the Eagles did last year. Jalen Carter, just move up one spot to get him. I think, again, they would love to get another weapon with Garrett Wilson. Could be Brock Bowers, obviously, at 10.
Exactly, yeah.
But
could they just go tight end and just make, double Pitts and Bowers on that offense?
I don't expect so. I think it'll be a Dunze or a defensive player. I think it'll be a defensive player. But I could see the appeal. Because, when Pitts is good, you've got to think, I know we all kind of rag on Pitts. He got injured in his second year and he wasn't recovered in his third year. In his first year, he was incredible. Like, he didn't score many touchdowns. Pick announced. I'm going Byron Murphy as my call.
Atlanta Falcons select quarterback Michael Penix Jr.
Holy shit. I can't tell if you're ragging me or not. That is
what? What?
What did they just sign Kirk Cousins for? I honestly can't tell if you're taking Mick out of us.
No, it's actually coming.
Ooh, that is a surprise.
Imagine the odds on that.
I have no idea.
Joe, your 4.5.
Michael Penix Jr.
4.5 quarterbacks is gone because someone's going to take someone. We could
JJ
be
McCarthy might be Will
quarterback,
Levis.
isn't it now?
McCarthy might be Will Levis.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah,
I don't think so, but he might be.
What?
When you said quarterback, I presumed you were going to say JJ McCarthy. When you
That's
said
what I
Michael
thought
Penix,
as well.
until I seen it up there, well, most point when Joe confirmed it, I just presumed I'm being trolled.
So yeah, I've just had the NFL update on my phone, and the breaking news is Falcons draft Michael Penix Jr. despite signing Kirk Cousins in free agency.
What?
I don't get it. You've just made that move. You've got all the pieces.
And
Go
you're picking
get
at 8.
someone who's going to help you win now. I don't understand that. This just creates
if you're
noise.
Picking at 28, I'd kind of, I wouldn't get it, but I'd understand a little of like Kirk Cousins is really only a 1-year contract. I think it's a 2-year contract, really.
2-year guarantee.
Yeah. Like, so it's like you could kind of see it. Like, maybe they took a real look at his Achilles. 8, though, is insane. This isn't a team that has the arrogance to be picking a backup quarterback at 8, and they're not a team that has the capability to be paying a backup quarterback $100 million. So I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, it is 24 years old as well.
Yeah,
he's not like a 19-year-old quarterback where you think give him a couple of years to learn, see where he goes, can he progress, and then take over from Cousins. It's like when he takes over, he's going to be 26, 27.
I believe Penix is the first ever 6-year starter to be drafted in the first round. And he's went number 8 to a team with an established quarterback. I don't know what's going on here.
That's a shock. That's the shocker, isn't it? That's the first true shocker.
Well, Paul had asked, when do we think the first Paul Fitzsimmons, one of our... so Dustin and Paul, by the way, are part of my... we play in Fantasy Cares Eliminators, which I would hugely check out. You reckon, go and look for. Sign up for them. They're a great, fun charity tournament. They're both in our Cootadoodle chat. Cootadoodle, one of the funniest people you'll find on Fantasy Football Twitter. So that's our Slope Squad gang there. They asked when the first curveball was coming. We said number 8. There's your fucking curveball. Like, that is... I'm struggling to find the words to explain how befuddled I am. And I don't like to use the word befuddled. I like to think I'm a pretty cool guy. But, I mean, I don't know who the Bears taking here. JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix?
Well, the Bears must see that pick, hear that pick go in, just be laughing. They've got a huge selection of options.
You just take Roma Dunze, surely.
What if they want the wide receiver? They can go. If they want to reinforce that whole line, they can do that with a top player. Shocker!
I am stunned.
This is the earliest that 4 quarterbacks have been taken.
Joe's trying to call the Falcons and figure out what's going on up there.
We were hoping to get one of the Atlanta Falcons guys on. I don't think we're going to get them on.
Paul's just put there if you want to pop him on the screen.
Yeah, sorry.
I think that means you get JJ McCarthy at 11. I think that's a great news for the Vikings. In my opinion, I mean, you still have 23. You kept it.
Does this create some urgency in teams that might have been sat waiting and going, maybe we'll take a flyer on a Penix, or JJ McCarthy was there, but does that go?
Potentially, but I mean, the pick's in for the Bears. You've only got the Jets now.
Yeah,
and I don't think the Jets are moving down. I think
the Jets get quarterback. Another person off an Achilles.
God. Well, we're on to the Bears. We'll talk Penix. I genuinely love Michael Penix. I think he's fantastic, but just not there.
I mean, he should be. He was in his 6th year playing college against 18-year-olds. He
Bears,
should be good.
The Chicago Bears with the number 9 overall pick select wide receiver Roma Dunze.
Beautiful.
Back-to-back picks from Washington, the team that lost in the national championship game against Michigan. Roma Dunze. Bears have had a great night. Caleb Williams.
Love it.
And you've got him another weapon to go along with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
And are we about to see the first ever top 10 without a defensive player?
I was going to look to bet that as well. Top 10 without a defensive player. But then, because I thought the Falcons are obviously going to go for a defensive player. It would not happen unless someone trades.
Or unless Michael Penix changes position.
Yeah.
But I don't think the bookies would pay out on it, truthfully.
The Falcons must have been set on that for... I know we Bears have picked, but we have to carry on talking about the Falcons. The Falcons must have been set on that for quite a period of time.
Well, I've just saw that Ian Rappaport actually mentioned it before the draft as well, that they're considering. But he even said, like, listen, this might sound crazy, but they are considering this. And he, the quarterback's the most important position, and there's going to be a competition who starts next year.
What?
Well,
he just mentioned that he could start next year, obviously.
Just a quick one. I was just looking on the 30-day tracker, the 30-day visits, and the Falcons had a combine visit with Michael Penix. They had a private workout with him, and they had a top 30 visit with him as well. So, I mean, that tracks, which, I mean, makes sense as well, because, like, we don't think they're just pulling out of the butt. But, yeah, I mean, they had Penix in 3 times, including workouts, private workout, combine meetings.
So, breaking news, there's been a trade I've just seen for the next pick.
For 10?
Yeah. It's the Vikings have traded with the Jets.
To move up one spot?
Yeah.
JJ.
So this is based on Mike Garofalo on Twitter. So Jets get 11, 129, and 157, and the Vikings get 10 and 203.
It's come through on the screen. So yeah, the Vikings are on the clock right now.
Nice trade. Like you were saying, maybe teams will start looking to go up on only one position. So, Jets aren't losing anything because the Jets know they're not taking a quarterback. They're going to take whichever the tackle 3 is, I presume, or Brock Bowers.
So he's going to be top 10, isn't he? Top 10 offensive plays. So he's top 10
surely this is JJ McCarthy, yeah?
Oh my God. Imagine if it's Brock, like Byron Murphy or something. Yeah, we're saying it'll be 10 offensive players. Surely it's JJ McCarthy. And if it's JJ McCarthy, again, home run by the Vikings, I think here. Again, you might not really like JJ McCarthy, but I'm more mean in terms of process. They didn't shit themselves and try and trade up to 4 or 5 or 8. Or maybe they did try, but it was too much for them and they've held the nerve.
Well, imagine if they said
I think this is a real smart way to do it.
Imagine you get the 5th quarterback of the draft, and they get JJ McCarthy. They're still getting the same player.
Crazy. Paul, if it's not McCarthy, I will never recover. I'll never financially recover from this.
That's how the opposite of how I felt when Dallas appointed the last head coach. So,
Still
getting over it.
Vikings, Joe's covered it, but Vikings get a 10th overall pick and a 6th round pick 203. They give up the 11th, 4th round pick 129, and 5th round pick 157.
That's the Jets have done well there, just to move back and probably still get the same player.
Yeah,
well, it's absolutely harmless for the Jets.
Yeah,
get 2 free picks.
They
traded away Zach Wilson this week as well for something.
Yeah,
Joe Douglas put the statue outside.
You know what the Vikings are going to do. It's obviously very transparent. So yeah.
Michael Penix just went 1 pick ago. I ain't that sure about anything. I'm not that sure. It's Thursday at this point.
I mean, we talk about the fact your Kirk cousin sat at home watching this right now. What? This is similar. Is this not Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love again?
Oh, he's getting traded back to the Vikings. That's what's happening. The pick Byron cousins to the Vikings.
Yeah, is this not Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love again? Like, either get something for that defense,
it's not.
Get something to help me. Don't get my replacement. I've not even played a game for you yet.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That's why it's a bit different to Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers was like had a strained relationship after all the years, and it was like, well, we need to replace Aaron eventually. Kirk Cousins might not have unpacked. It reminds me more of the 2021 draft, I believe. No, 29. I'm way off on my years. 2018 draft, when the Bears signed Mike Glennon, invited him to the draft party, and then traded up for Mitchell Trubisky. And I don't think the Bears have invited a quarterback to the draft party since, because that is an awful thing to do to somebody, truthfully. Yeah. Mike Glennon was never going to be a franchise quarterback, but they paid him. They said he was a quarterback 1, brought him to the draft party, and then went, oh, yeah, there's your replacement. We just traded up to number 2 to take. Stunned with what happens with Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins. And I know we are a gambling show. We do dive into fantasy football and talk about it a little. Dynasty fantasy rookie drafts will be coming up, starting probably this Monday for some people, maybe this weekend for some people. Most might start the Monday after. Michael Penix is now he's now what do you call it, monkey in the machine, a monkey wrench. He's cat amongst the pigeons. Michael Penix was never going to be a first-round rookie pick in Superflex rookie drafts. And now, he probably still isn't, but He's been drafted number 8 overall. Quarterbacks don't normally get drafted 8 overall and not go in the first round of Superflex rookie drafts.
It's a great comment you just put in our chat, Joe. Trey Lance is 1 day older than Michael Penix Jr.
Sorry, 1 day younger.
1 day younger, sorry.
So, yeah, I meant the other way around. Yeah, Penix is older by 1 day.
Wow.
Yeah, still gobsmacked. Don't get it. Look, Falcons have got themselves in a position to push on. This is how bad teams stay bad, with this kind of decision making. And that's not knocking Penix, by the way. Like I say, I love Penix. Crazy, he's got I think he will be a really good NFL quarterback. Love what he's done at Washington. Come back, he's shown a lot of resilience. He's shown a lot of, tenacity. Come back, really bad injuries, and put two fantastic years together. Can make all the throws, but yeah.
And I was just looking. It's probably already on Twitter. Kirk Cousins has a no trade clause in his contract as well. So I don't know how his contract looks, whether it's tradable anyway. But he ain't just been shipped off anywhere. He has to agree to it.
Do you think the Falcons had a conversation with him to say, look, this is what we might be doing?
Surely.
I've absolutely no idea. I mean, Kirk Cousins, I will say, is more professional than Aaron Rodgers. I think if this was Rodgers, he'd be on McAfee already.
Well,
I'm not being funny. I think he would be.
He was on McAfee at the time. He had to come off it.
Yeah. Whereas Cousins, I think, will keep himself a bit more dignified and realistic about it. Kirk Cousins as well, like he gets paid. I'm not going to say he's unambitious because he's a really good player and I think he does his best with what he is, but he's a professional. I don't think he's going to come out with outlandish statements about it. I think he'll say he wants to compete and he plans to be the starter. Okay. I don't know if they'll have talked to him before, though. I find that really awkward because then if you don't take a quarterback...
It is one of them things where this pick is like the NFC South of picks.
That's a very good point.
I've just reached out to the Atlanta Falcons UK guys to just be like, what the hell's just happened? And they've also no idea. They're thinking that maybe that the Raiders were going to take Penix, so, it wasn't potentially going to make it to round 2, so therefore they took him.
That's fine. You are Kirk Cousins.
Let's have a word on Rome Odunze because we haven't really talked about him. Great night for the Bears so far. Two top, pick number 1. They've got their franchise quarterback. They've got Rome Odunze, who is a true number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah.
To add to what they've already got. How excited are you right now if you're a Chicago Bears fan?
I think you should be thrilled. Like we've said all through this process, it's a top 3. I think, like I've said a lot, Neighbors and Harrison are a top 2, but Odunze is a clear 3 and miles away from 4, Brian Thomas to me. Like I say, all-round wide receiver, does it all. His reception perception, Matt Harmon's thing, was all green. He basically excels at every route that is available. He's just... I don't see a flaw in his game. I think, you surround Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze. You don't need Odunze to hit week 1, season 1, but I think he probably will. The only issue might be he might not get enough balls because, there's only one ball that goes around, but I think it's a home run hit for the Bears. I think this is about as well as you could have asked for a draft to go. Like, I'd rather have Neighbors, but he was never going to 9.
We have our first guest picker. It's a child.
Well, is a child not a person, but then. While we wait, just quickly, so the Bears traded their first pick, and they've got Darnell Wright, DJ Moore, Caleb Williams, and Odunze. It's not too shabby.
Yeah.
But, Carolina got Bryce Young.
Well,
The pick at 10 for the Vikings is JJ McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. 5 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks.
And what number was the bet? Over under 5.5?
It was under 4.5. 4.5. So that's gone.
That's gone in 10 picks.
Yeah.
Did not. And we're repeating ourselves, but yeah, did not see that coming in. Did not think that was going to be dead by now. Goodness me.
Yeah, there's a lot of zeros on that sheet, Joe, that you're putting in right now.
I think it might be for the rest of the night with how the Falcons have just changed.
Do I not? Okay, so just to be clear, do I not get anything for the fact I have got JJ McCarthy to the Vikings? I just have him at 11 instead of 10.
You do. You do, Paul. I'm just like trying to.
He'll update it as we go. He's just doing the initial. This line is incorrect.
All right, just checking. JJ McCarthy to the Vikings. Felt they might have needed to move to get him. Certainly, if he was going to be the fifth. What's going on with Michael Penix?
Well, I mean, if he was going to be the fifth quarterback, I wouldn't think they'd need to move.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've thought for a few weeks now that 8 was a real sweet spot for them to move. And I'll be honest, I'm only more convinced that was the case after the Falcons took Michael Penix, because they could have got him at 11. They probably could have got him at 15. They could have got him at 20. Again, the Raiders, maybe that's a real thing. We're not on Twitter tonight. We're not seeing news. So this is all our own thoughts. And, if there's any insiders telling us what really happened, we're not privy to it, essentially. I'm watching NFL Network on mute. I think everyone's doing the same. I've got my phone on charge. What I'm seeing is what I'm getting on this screen. So, if we're missing a big breaking news story of why Michael Penix was number 8, then maybe I'm going to look a little foolish. But, I still think... But you go ahead.
I've seen a lot of people comparing to John Love, but it's just John Love was taken mid-20s.
Yeah,
and he was 21 years old. Yeah, and he was 21 years old. So, and everyone was going crazy about that pick, how crazy that was.
Yeah, and I might have mentioned it when you stepped away for a sec. Aaron Rodgers had been in Green Bay for 15 years at that point, or how many years at that point, and was clearly disgruntled.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins is brand new to the building, and they've just guaranteed him $100 million on 2 years.
And the fact that it's number 8, and it's not
there's
they've
no
got such a weakness
gone.
as well. Exactly, yeah. They've got such a weakness. At least with the Packers, they got to the playoffs.
Yeah.
They were close.
They're picking in the 20s.
Yeah, the defense wasn't amazing, but it wasn't terrible. So you could understand it where they could move forward, where they were the number one seed a few years beforehand.
Yeah.
So it made sense in a way. While this, I'm just
And I mean, great news as well. Paul Fitzsimmons watching along here. He can recover.
Yeah, he's okay.
We don't need to send a health check.
Yeah, still got one more fan.
He's fine.
He's okay.
Pick is in for the Jets, though. What are we thinking? Brock Bowers?
Brock Bowers?
I had them going tackle. I had them going JC Latham. I think it'll be all line through Arga, maybe.
Yeah. I think what I've heard is that I don't know though. I think the offensive line will be the smart option because you're getting Tyron Smith who can he stay healthy? You've got, I know they've done a lot this off-season, but in most of it, all veterans. So why don't you get an offensive line who can play? Because I think me and you've done for the same, Byron, where he can play guard, he can play tackle, he can play, possibly could play in the center. He can play all different positions. So he's not going to maybe not start this year, but the first game. But
the chance that he will start though.
Well, with the injuries, see why they not do that. And we said last year, even if Rodgers stayed fit, I don't know how after that first basically tackle, I don't know how many games he would have actually lasted with how they were.
So you guys have gone the same here. Fuaga. I went JC Latham, who's gone. If I was picking now, I would go Fuaga. I'd be with you though, but I don't get a point for that. I don't think.
So let's see who it is.
This has been a whirlwind of a draft.
Fashanu for the Jets.
Fashanu, okay, yeah. And fun fact that a lot of our American listeners won't know, his uncles played in the English Premier League, John and Justin, RIP Justin Fashanu.
Yeah, Oli Fashanu, Penn State.
Really?
No. Didn't think we'd feel like Canadian host, but yeah.
You never know, you know what I mean?
No, you never know. I actually don't know that it's false, but I'm pretty sure it is.
I just breezed past it. Yeah, Fashanu to Jets. Just a quick bets update. So we've had a few. We're on a losing run now. So I had Dallas Turner at 8. Obviously, that didn't happen because it was fucking Michael Penix. Dallas Turner under 10.5. We've just had pick 11. Brock Bowers under 11.5. That's gone as well.
He is one of my sweet spot bets coming up though. I need to see the Eagles have traded up. And I need to see them slot Brock Bowers in that Howie Roseman shopping cart. I wouldn't say I'm confident, but I think it was 35 or 40 to 1. I don't have my sheet up in front of me.
And it's still all offense as well. It's 11 picks.
Yeah, still no defensive play yet. So what do we make of Oli Fashanu to the Jets anyway?
Smart. Yeah, good all lineman, left tackle. Tyron Smith's a rental. I just think it's a really smart decision. I think there's obviously a huge temptation with Brock Bowers. I think Brock Bowers is going to be a great NFL player, but as people have been pointing out an awful lot, it's that compensation value of a tight end versus a tackle. For what you're paying a tight end here, okay, that's what you should be paying a good tight end. For what you're paying a good tackle here, you're saving $20 million a year or $18 million a year. Like, if you hit on the tackle, it's so much more impactful for your team than it is for hitting on a tight end. I think that's why the pick's been made. I think it makes a ton of sense because that O-line is patchwork.
Yeah, it's been poor. It's been poor for a while, and that the veterans have got in. Yeah, it's very short term. Ollie Fashanu is someone you can have for a real long period of time. Really like his physical attributes. I think he's going to be a bit rough around the edges, but I think he will be fine given a bit of time in the NFL.
And he was ranked number 2 in the athletic offensive line as well. So
by our friends at the touchdown.
Yep.
So it's a great pick for them there. They need an offensive tackle. He looks like he's a great pass blocker, which you would need with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he's not the kind of quarterback which is going to let his team run. He's going to want to pass loads. So why not get the best pass blocker who's available? Yeah, like I said, tempted to go with this splash. It's always weird with offensive tackle because it's such like a big need for so many teams, but it's hard to get excited about. We got it because obviously they got who did they get a few years ago?
Becton,
where again everyone was like,
I thought he was going to be a great player.
Yeah, he's going to be an all-pro. He's going to be their left tackle for years, and obviously we know what happened there. So fingers crossed it works out for him this time. Oh, Denver's picks in straight away as well. So where's all these trades? Where's all these trades?
Trades not happening, Joe.
That's so boring.
What was the line you were on that you were after? Was it 4.5, 5.5?
Ended up being 6.5, yeah.
6.5.
I think I did about like 8 or 9, something like that on my mock draft. So.
He absolutely loves a trade, does Joe. We're nearing our first guest as well, so we should have a Raiders representative joining us shortly. Brendan, who's been on the show before, Brendan Booth, to give us a reaction to the Raiders pick shortly. He's currently on a stream of his own, so he's just going to be ditching that and jumping in, which we appreciate. But yeah, he'll talk to us about who the Raiders take. But yeah, Denver at 12. Who are we thinking then? It's not going to be Bo Nix, is it?
Who knows?
I don't think so. I think it'll be Edge, probably Dallas Turner, maybe Latu.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've got the defense is kind of where most of us pointed where the Broncos might go. And if defense is what they want, then they've got the pick of all the defensive players in the draft because not a single one's gone yet.
Yeah, could they go Bowers? Obviously
they definitely could.
They had Jimmy Graham back in the day, so he loves a good tight end to help that team. And then I think of a defense. I did go Latu here, but I thought Murphy and a few had gone beforehand. So.
It's funny if they do take Latu. I actually had them taking Latu as well, just at 22.
Yeah.
Where they traded with the Eagles.
Well, I had Latu about 2 or 3 times in my draft, so it could have gone to a few teams.
It'd be great. You put defense players in 3 times and none of them get drafted in the opening 32 picks.
How many Latus is too many Latus?
Is that a philosophical question?
Or is that a tongue twister? If they go Bo Nix, then, I'd be nuts.
Look, they've got lots of holes, but that quarterback room right now is Zach Wilson, Ben DiNucci, and Jared Stidham.
But this is what I'm like. You got to think about the future. Like, I know next year's not the greatest draft, but they probably said that a year ago with like, oh, there's 2 or 3. But then you have a Jaden Daniels who has a great last year college, and then suddenly everyone's loving him.
My issue is like not so much how good is next year, is how good is Bo Nix.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So in terms of why would you go Bo Nix now? Is he going to elevate that team? Why not actually build a team and then get a quarterback in? They might play Cousins next year, They
might get Kirk Cousins this year.
Yeah.
The way things are going. I agree. I don't think Bo Nix is special enough because that roster is barren. I don't see the benefit of drafting him and ruining him for a year or hoping for the best for a year. I'm kind of surprised the Broncos are picking here. I thought they would trade back with their lack of capital. But yeah, I think it'll be defensive player. I would go Latu if I'm picking one.
We'll have a quick check-in on our draft comp. So we're up to second page. We captured the Vikings just in the wrong slot by one. I'm on Dallas Turner here in the way the mock draft's gone. Brock Bowers for Byron to the Eagles, but Bowers in that spot on Latu for Joe. And then we're all corner next, just different ones for the Raiders or Eagles if you're Joe. In 13, Goodell. I'm not hearing lots of booing for Goodell. I mean, I've got the sound quite low, but are you hearing a lot of booing for Goodell?
I don't have the volume on period, so no. It would have to be sign language. Which, I mean, booing is pretty sign language heavy.
Just Charlie there in the background booing him.
We've just had a sixth quarterback go. It's Bo Nix.
Well, I'm not as shocked as Michael Penix.
Do you think they've done that because Raiders are next?
Potentially,
possibly.
Potentially, yeah. I don't think it's a good decision.
So everybody else is loving this because actually there's players that teams are going to be able to get.
Oh, yeah.
No thought. I'm loving this that even for the Cowboys at 24. There's going to be a couple of players that we never thought that we'd possibly get.
100%.
I don't really know what to say anymore.
Well, I don't want to repurpose my rant from last year about the Broncos, and we had a bit of a, I don't want to say to-do with our Broncos fan doing the AFC West preview last year, but I think hiring Sean Payton was a wrong decision. I think that's played out. I don't know what his team-building strategy is. If Bo Nix is special, I'll look a bit silly for being so off on it and so judgmental on it, but I think this is reckless, and I think this is a little brainless, truthfully. I just think, I mean, fair enough if you're worried the Raiders are going to take Bo Nix at 13 and that's a real issue for you. Fair enough, I guess. But I'd be happy for a team in my division for taking Bo Nix at 13, I must say. I would much rather trade down and try and accrue some extra capital. That's presuming there's someone who wants to move up. But, I mean, there's always somebody wanting to move up for something. Yeah, I'm just kind of shook by it. I think this is, between this and Penix, I think it's going to go down as, you know, you don't want to write off kids' careers early. And I mean, Michael Penix is nearly as old as me, so I don't want to be too kind there either. But I don't want to be judging rookies on the greatest night of their career. But I think it's just wild values. I just don't think what they've done and who they've shown to be has them been drafted in the top 12 of the NFL draft with such a loaded class as well. I'm kind of stunned by it.
The draft coverage just jumped in onto the watch party at Broncos Mile High, and it was a very muted response to Bo Nix.
Oh, yeah, I see it, yeah. I mean, the mascot's up and ready, but everyone else seems a bit okay.
Yeah.
The mascot's getting paid, though, let's remember.
Raiders picks already in, so, again, they're going to have been sat there going, if they wanted Penix, okay, he's gone, but we've got, again, loaded options.
Paul, you watch more college than me. What do you think of Bo Nix?
Yeah, I think, again, he's another project where physical tools, great, decision-making at times, poor. What he has got, I think he's played over 60 college games, which is not, you don't typically see that in talent taken this early.
Yeah.
Do you worry that, like, because I've just been looking at, like, trying to figure out other quarterbacks who's taken, like, there's so many, like, EJ Manuel, I've just seen on Twitter, someone mentioned Jake Locker, where they just get taken way too high. Yeah, like in the first round where people are just reaching, and everyone knows, everyone thinks they're reaching as well. And it's like, it makes almost like Jake Locker went number 8, which is like nuts when you think about it now.
Yeah. Did you say Christian Ponder, Paul? Yeah.
Yeah,
Christian Ponder. Yeah, like I thought, it kind of broke up as you said it on my headphones, but yeah, like those picks, you just like, what are they doing? And like, that's not been smart after the event. That was at the time, all pundits saying it as well. Like, what are they doing? You know, and this feels very similar to me.
Raiders are up. Goodell's out already. Let's see who the pick is.
So what we've got in our mocks, it's all still available, right? We went Terry and Arnold and Quinion Mitchell. You went Mitchell, Paul. Me and Joe went Terry and Arnold. I think could be either of them. I think it will be one of them, though.
It's not. It's Brock Bowers.
You are fucking me. They just drafted Michael Mayer in the second round.
I think this is potentially a best player available situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it must be.
Because of what everybody else has done ahead of them.
Yeah, I don't hate it, I must say. Like, I'm kind of being a bit funny about it there, but Devonta Adams, Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, I like that as a passing attack. Gardner Minshew isn't awful.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit been dictated by...
You've let him get here.
Yes.
Yeah.
13 offensive players now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers, another one, not at the draft. He's in California somewhere. Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe the Raiders took Brock Bowers, but like not in a Michael Penix way where I'm like, what are they doing? I'm just kind of surprised because, like I said, I took Michael Mayer last year, who I really like. Thought was going to be in for a good season this year. Less so now, I must say. But yeah, I'll be interested to see what Brendan thinks when he comes on. Because I presume this is going to be cornerback. Antonio Pierce has talked up the value of cornerback. I believe he told Terry and Arnold publicly that he loves him, loves his competitiveness. But yeah, Brock Bowers sits there at 13. I mean, Brock Bowers, again and again, we've said on all our... We haven't had that many draft previews, but all the draft previews we've had, Brock Bowers is a top 5, top 6 talent in his class.
Yeah.
It's the position that hurts him. And if the Raiders are going, this is the top 6 player in the draft, we're taking him, go for it, yeah. I mean, yeah, the things just come up on the screen here, pieces of the puzzle. They've got Aiden O'Connell. I think it'll be Minshew that starts, but
yeah,
Minshew can distribute. He's not perfect. He's not, a top 20 quarterback, I don't think, but he can distribute the ball. And those are weapons to distribute to.
Yeah, I think, it's not a need, and
no,
best player on the board, and I get why, and it's hard. I think in all the scenarios teams would have played out, I don't think many would have played through this scenario too many times.
No,
6 quarterbacks going in the first 12 picks. So I think we might just see some funky picks now, because actually there are players that we didn't even think we'd have a shot at getting are suddenly there for us. Do we feel a need? Do we take what we believe is the best player available?
There's a few a few trades now as well. Now people are like, oh shit, if we traded like 1 or 2 picks, we can get. Yeah.
I will say as well, if this Saints pick isn't a tackle or an O-lineman, I'll be more stunned than Michael Penix going 8.
Yeah. Just shout out again to the Saints guys, the Saints City and Me guys, who provided one of my favourite clip videos of the fans on the clock draft.
Well, they wanted Sidney Sweeney at 14, didn't they?
They wanted Sidney Sweeney at 14. They wanted Brock Bowers, and he didn't. He wasn't too far away from getting to them in the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to those guys. Cracking video.
Very fun.
Yeah, very fun. Great bit. And let's see. Olu Fashanu was the pick they took. Sadly, not there for them. But yeah, I'd be very surprised if this wasn't a.
Well, I think your pick, Paul, is certainly Troy Fatanu. Me and Byron both went Olu Fashanu as well.
We're going to be joined shortly, not by Brendan, because he's clearly busy still on his other stream, but he will join us. We're going to be joined by the guys from the 1st and 56th Indianapolis Colts podcast, as they are on the clock soon, right? Nice. Next pick. So
after the Saints,
after the Saints. So we'll kind of see the Saints take, and
I'm the only one who's got the Colts still to pick as well.
I had the Colts.
I was just looking at who I had. Yeah, I've got him taking Quinion Mitchell, which I think is very much in play now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be an offensive player.
So we have got like this suddenly level of excitement because an unpredictability in the draft all of a sudden because of what's happened with Atlanta, because of what's happened with Denver.
Yep.
Which is great, and it's going to make the rest of our night really, really fun and fly by. Gents, have a quick check-in on your bets. Any more cashed? Any more fallen by the wayside?
I've been marking them off as we go. A lot of ends.
Mm-hmm.
Number 10 pick was not for Tanu, so let me get that done. And that's about it for me. Yeah, so still got first defensive player on the board. I've got Latu.
I was going to say, I think that's where mine's looking at Byron Murphy, the first defensive player.
I do have the Seahawks to draft a quarterback with their first pick. I would be stunned.
Spencer Rattler.
Unless someone gives them like loads of seconds and for that first pick.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm needing to happen here. They're going to have to trade back away to justify it, yeah. I'm not sure what else has been marked off. Paul, you obviously missed on Dallas Turner, 8 and under 10.5. Quinion Mitchell under 15.5 is getting dicey.
Yes.
Dallas Turner, still a first defensive player, still on the board.
Yeah.
Midway through the first round, still on the board. Brock Bowers under 15.5. Yeah, Brock Bowers under 11.5 missed for you, Paul, as well.
Yeah.
I don't think you've hit since them early chalk ones, but no one else has either. That's not a ding. The under 4.5 QBs is obviously dead. You've still got Byron Murphy, first defensive player, Joe as well, 1100. You had somebody 375 top 10 pick. It just got an asterisk. I don't know who that's meant to be on the sheet.
That's Byron Murphy as well, which is obviously not.
Oh, so that's an N. Yeah. Bowers you had as well, Joe. Yeah, so a lot of N's coming up, but. And I didn't write it down, but yeah, my Brock Bowers Eagles one was a no.
Yes.
Unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Did I put a wacky one on today, or was that Brock Bowers? In my head, I put a wacky one on this morning, but that might have been Brock Bowers. See, I'm not great, but I mean, mine are... I just need Xavier Worthy to the Rams.
Yeah, hit 40-1. That's what we do. This is what, again, if you need good teams and great teams to cover, this is what Byron does. It's big odds bets.
Yeah.
Saints pick is in. Let's see. Goodell will be joining us shortly. We'll see who the pick is at 14.
I wonder if they were looking for a trade. How long they've taken?
Possibly, yeah.
Because like the 2 offensive tackles or 3 offensive tackles have gone off, so they must have known generally who they were going to pick. So I wonder if they were just waiting for someone, see if anyone to move up for an Arnold or
any defensive player. Yeah,
basically, yeah.
Yeah,
I thought the Colts were going to get Bowers as well. I bet they're good. Yeah, I bet they're good that the Raiders decided to go there.
Yeah.
So when we are joined by our friend from First and 56, the Indianapolis Colts podcast, Brian Thomas Jr. was their pick in the Fans on the Clock draft. Still play.
There. Yeah, still there.
Yeah. Saints have made their pick. Let's see where we're at. All looking very happy in the war room, as you do.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Shake hands. Everyone pats each other on the back. A lot of work needed to be done in New Orleans with where they are. Still in that relatively weak NFC South. Biggest need, definitely, we all agree on biggest need, tackle.
Yes.
Where else could they go?
Wide receiver. Now they've lost Michael Thomas. And they've got Chris Olave, but,
Yeah, but after that, it's like Shaheed and A.T. Perry. It's not great.
And because the defense was still pretty decent, but you always have to stock up, I think, especially on that light. Everyone's getting a bit older.
Backup QB, maybe.
Go for 7 in the first round.
Get Rattler in there. Get Joe Milton in. But yeah, I think that's it. Maybe. Never mind. I forgot Brock Bowers had been drafted for a moment there. I was going to say maybe tight end, but it'd be a luxury. It'd be a real luxury at this point if it's not Brock Bowers.
Yes.
Theo Johnson at pick 14 does not appeal.
Goodell is on the stage.
I was just looking as well. The Raiders didn't even have Brock Bowers in for a visit. They have kept that one close to the chest.
Talisa Fuaga is the pick for New Orleans Saints.
We all miss out. We went for the wrong ones.
Oh, Fortanu is who I went for because I had Fuaga going earlier. Makes sense. The thing that's made the most sense probably for the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, good pick, solid pick. Exactly what they should be doing. Right tackle, but any tackle is a bonus there. They just need bodies on the line because it was a joke at the end of last year.
And obviously the big injury coming out as well.
Yeah, Ryan Ramczyk,
Yes, you gotta do that. It's a good pick. I think we both had these to go into the Jets part. I think we had the picks the other way around. So
yeah.
That is a fun looking house where Fuaga is.
Nice. Love the pick. Fills a big need. Just love the player as well. Talisa Fuaga is out in Hawaii there, isn't he? Yeah. Just true beast, I think. Bit of a trend.
He's got that strength what you don't know. That hidden strength. Big lad.
Yeah, 6'6", 334 pounds. He's a beast. just a tone setter, I think, is what I see in Fuaga. And I think he's going to make a big difference. And I think it's just a bit of a culture change and a refresh needed in New Orleans. So I think he's going to be key to that.
He's going to love the food down there.
He is from Louisiana, yeah.
It's going to be at least Fuaga.
We've got the Colts on the clock. Hopefully, we're going to be joined by
First and 56.
By the guys from First and 56. I think it's Anthony who's going to be joining us. So fingers crossed, he's going to be on shortly. We did team up a few minutes ago, so fingers crossed he is just getting set up. And we've still got Brendan to hear from as well for the Raiders pick.
So where we're thinking now with the Colts, because I always thought offense if it felt right.
Yeah.
But I also feel like they've still got needs on that defensive side. It feels like they're not a top defensive. I think they've got like a decent one, average. Yeah. They've got some good players, but isn't it like their cornerbacks? I don't even know any of the cornerbacks.
Well, Joe, let me just pause you there. We have our first guest of the evening joining us. We've got Rondo G from the First and 56th Indianapolis Colts podcast. Rondo, evening, my friend. How are you doing? Welcome to Good Teams Win, Great Teams Cover.
What is going on, guys? I would say eventful draft so far. I mean, I don't think anyone had
it's been wild.
Probably the bottom half picks happening the way they did, but yeah.
No, not quite.
As a Colts fan, I'm loving it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Who's your hope here?
I came into the day wanting Arnold, but I'm now at the point of just like, go get the edge. Why not?
First defensive player, still there.
Yeah, on our show, I've been hammering saying corner all day with our top pick, but I mean, we have an opportunity to grab an edge. I'm not going to hate it at all.
Whoever is that top ranked defensive player on the Colts board, why not go get him? Rondo, give us a shout out. So you're a member of the First and 56th Colts pod. Where can we catch it? Where can we listen to it for any Colts fans in the UK here looking for some Colts content?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, any like audio streaming service, so Spotify, Buzzsprout, Stitcher, Apple Podcasts, First 56 is the name. YouTube, we are affiliated with Sideline Sports, so that's the name of the YouTube channel. Facebook, again, First 56, and obviously Twitter, same at First and 56. Like I said, myself, Anthony Gulick, who jumped in for you guys for your mock draft, and then Marcus Martin is our third member. Yeah, but all three of us been rocking solid. The three of us have been rocking solid for the last year. Me and Gulick have been together for 4 years.
Nice. Good. Yeah, we appreciate you guys helping us out with our fans on the clock drafting. The pick was Brian Thomas Jr., who's still in play. Would that still be something you'd be happy with at this point, or has the game changed now because of how the first 14 picks have gone?
So on our show, that's who Gulick has wanted kind of since, I'll say the summer or after in the offseason. He's been hardcore on the get another weapon in here. Me and Marcus are more the defensive side. I originally started off saying Kool-Aid McKinstry, obviously, with the combine and everything, and then his injuries flare-ups. I was okay pushing him down the board, but Terrion Arnold I love. Quinion Mitchell I would love as well. But I mean, and then I believe Marcus was big on trading up for Marvin Harrison Jr., which I know a lot of Colts fans wanted. I was just like, I knew that wasn't gonna happen. Just taking for alone out it's Ballard. Ballard doesn't move up on day one. But yeah, Marcus was big on a weapon. I don't think he was Brian Thomas. I think he was a Bowers guy, if I remember correctly. But yeah, but I've always been hardcore, go defense, but ideally go corner.
Excellent, cool. We'll see. The pick is in. We'll hear from it in a second. We started out, we've gone the first kind of 15, 12, whatever, we're at 13 picks with no guests. And now we've got three at once. We've got the guests queuing, which is awesome. So we've got Brendan Booth waiting for us to give us some reaction to the Raiders pick. And Bo, we see you getting set up there, my man. He's live at a Seahawks watch party. So the Seahawks are going to be on the clock next. So Bo will jump to you shortly once this Colts picks has come in as well. That party looks awesome as well. We will get that up on the screen shortly. Appreciate you, my man. It's been wild so far. Certainly, I mean, it's definitely safe to say we're not going to see any more quarterbacks go off there. I love it. No more quarterbacks going off the board now, right? We're not going to see a shock Spencer Rattler pick late in the first round.
No idea.
No,
I didn't think we were seeing Michael Penix in the top 8. I can't
No.
stand to be confident of anything tonight.
Did anyone have 6 quarterbacks in the top 12?
No, we were all on the under 4.5 quarterbacks in the first round. Better
Two of us were.
plus 200, and that didn't work out very well for us, Rando. But with the picks coming in, Goodell is just about to join us. Again, I think all these teams are now in a great position. Colts are, Seattle are, and everybody else is. You've got access all of a sudden to two players that you didn't think you were going to get a shot at, which I think makes it very, very interesting. And I think a lot of strategies, as we've discussed, are going to go out the window right now because, that's where we're at. Goodell is at the podium.
I mean, for betting stakes, I'm hoping for Latu's name here. He was my first defensive player. I think we've all got first defensive player bet still alive, obviously still alive.
Yeah, so the Colts take the 15th overall pick. Latu, edge out of UCLA. Rondo, give us your instant reaction.
Well, this doesn't coincide with something one of my hosts said. We were talking about our offseason and that the Kwity Paye is up for his 5th-year option. Marcus was saying heavy on the don't accept it, let him play this year, essentially on his contract year. For us, the pass rush has been a thing that we haven't really seen since the Freeney Mathis days. Yeah. DeForest Buckner's been absolutely nice. I mean, Grover Stewart, his battery mate's been absolutely nice, but those guys are interior defensive linemen. With the exception of him, Chris Jones, and Aaron Donald, no one at that position is really a kind of a threat to the quarterback. So we really have needed a guy to essentially be a double-digit sack getter, but from the edge. Yeah. Kwity Paye is not looking like he's going to do it. Dio Dingo's the guy's been banged up. He's kind of shown flashes. So I like the Latu pick at 15, at least when I was doing mocks myself. He's kind of there in general. Yeah. I was hoping with Dallas Turner available on the board, they took a leap. But, I mean, I've come to learn to trust Ballard's draft process. If there's anything that he does nail, he very rarely picks a bust when it comes to the draft.
Yeah. Real solid.
So, first defensive player off the board as well. I didn't think we were going to wait to 15 to get there. But, big fan of Latu. I think we discussed it in our previews and when we did the fans on the clock draft as well. I think Latu could be really, really special. In the NFL, and especially kind of how productive he's been in the last 2 years at college. So love this pick for the Colts. And just, the way it's fell for you, Rondo, absolutely fantastic. Happy man.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I thought maybe with the way the board was moving that we're going to see that natural Chris Ballard trade down. But like I said, I'll take the pick. I'm happy with it.
Good stuff. Rondo, just give us a reminder and we'll let you go. You're a busy man on draft night. Let us know where we can catch First and 56 podcast.
Yeah, definitely. One more time, like I said, if you're on YouTube, the Sideline Sports YouTube channel, you can catch our show. Obviously, plenty of other shows under that umbrella, but that's where you find us on YouTube. Any, again, listening platforms, Spotify, iTunes, Buzzsprout, Stitcher, First 56 Indianapolis Colts podcast, on Twitter at First and 56, and then as well on Facebook, the same thing, First 56 Indianapolis Colts podcast channel.
Excellent. Rondo, appreciate you. Thanks for coming on, sharing your thoughts. Glad you're a happy man with your pick as well. And we'll hopefully have you back on during the off-season as well. We've got lots for guys to jump in on, so we'd love to have you back, man. Yeah,
most definitely. Thanks for having me on. And again, happy drafting, people.
Happy draft night, man. Catch you later, Rondo. So we'll bring two guys on together now. So we've got Bo, football talk with Bo at Seattle Seahawks draft watch party. Conscious because that place is potentially going to go nuts if they're happy with that draft pick.
Let's go. Yeah,
and we'll also get Brendan on as well at the same time. Brendan, big Raiders fan, so we'll get the reaction to Brock Bowers at 13 to the Raiders. So let's introduce Bo.
Look at that.
How's it going, guys?
How are you doing?
So, excellent. So to be fair, I'm really not going to be able to hear you guys very well. I have my noise canceling headphones on. It doesn't matter. That being said, we got a full house here for the draft, and of course we have former Seahawks here. We got Marcus Trufant right in front of us here. We got Lopez Chupu floating around. The Seagulls. So we got a packed house in here, but
where are you at?
Sadly, So we are on Queen Anne Hill in downtown Seattle, at a place called the Queen Anne Beer Hall.
Shout out Lunchbox Laboratory.
Absolutely, absolutely. So they're actually going to do all 3 days here at the beer hall. And again, I do apologize. I'm not going to be able to hear you guys at all. But it's I wanted to give you guys a live look. We got naturally 12th man flags flying around. A lot going on, and you know, you can't have the draft without some good beer steins, right? Doing some work, and of course,
draft, right?
and of course, we do have some jackets with some British flags floating around. So we got our we got our UK contingent in the house. So despite the fact that I'm not going to be able to hear, I wanted to drop in, say hi to you guys, and welcome you to the draft here in Seattle.
Well, we appreciate you jumping on. Thanks ever so much. It's great to see. If you can hear us, who are you hoping they take at 16?
Say it again.
Who are you hoping for?
Who do you want the Seahawks to take?
Yeah, so honestly, based on what's come off the board already, I really think they're going to end up dropping back. I could see them dropping back to 22 or 24. It's also something John Schneider is known for. And then when they do draft, I'm guessing interior offensive line or a defensive end or a defensive tackle, because those are the two positions that are a real need for this team.
The pick is in, so we're about to see.
Let's find out.
Oh, can't wait for this live reaction.
It's gonna be good. If we can see that place go nuts when it's
I'm just going to hear Spencer Rattler.
That would be amazing. What would be crazy about that is that would make the Sam Howell acquisition make no sense.
That's what we're doing.
Cousins acquisition made no sense as well so far. So,
Yeah, a lot of off-season quarterback moves looking a bit.
Well, mostly it wouldn't make sense because of the draft pick they gave up to go get it.
Yeah. But yeah, I bet on
But,
the first pick. I just don't really think that's going to happen now. We've got 40 quarterbacks off the board, 15 picks.
I can't hear it. Can't hear anything.
well, we'll be 2 seconds.
I apologize, guys.
No apology.
But let's see what we get. Let's see what we get.
I'm happy.
Not a trade, it's a pick. Got a pick. Got a pick. I mean, if nothing else, the hype video was worth it.
So I know who the pick is. I've mocked him to the Raiders before. They should be very happy.
You guys ready? It's well. The time is here. Put your balls ready. Put your balls ready. Every culture got to be ready to go. Because see how real we'll see they got pick at this time. You got to be able to hype it up. You're ready to get going. See how Kansas in the air. 12 flags are in the air right now. This is what we've been waiting for.
I know you got to give us a commercial during our pick, right?
Like a referee's whistle, throw down the line. We got
As you can tell, it doesn't matter if it's a game or it's or the draft. It's loud here no matter what.
The 12 certainly bring the noise.
Let's get it. You want me to hold it up for you?
Right here at Green and Beer Hall. He goes down.
It's funny that Byron is the one that said that made that comment about Paul.
Any excuse to party, guys. Let's go.
I'm saying that he's getting up here with Paul Marie.
No matter what, you're like,
No, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I mean, they're actually picking, so that's amazing.
Here we go. Here we go. Defensive player just taken off the board.
All right.
Team consecutive offensive picks.
Let's see what we get.
In Detroit. And the Jaguars are 4 minutes into their clock time. Let's send things to the stage in the game.
I'll let the room tell you.
Please direct your attention to the main stage video screens for a special message from United States service members forward stationed at Osan Air Base in South Korea.
Right.
This is killing me. I've seen the pick twice now.
We've seen the.
Oh, you guys have seen it?
Yeah, twice. Like
Who'd
5
we
minutes
get?
ago. I'm not
Who'd we
doing
get?
it.
Oh, it's already that.
I'm not
They
spoiling
gave them
it.
the commercial, and they gave us the commercial. I like that they let you know what it was, and then we get ads.
You're gonna be happy. You're very, very happy.
All right. I don't know.
thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy.
There we go. All right. So apparently you guys knew long before us, but a defensive tackle, defensive edge, or interior offensive line, all of those are huge needs for the Seahawks. So that's a good pick. That's a good pick. I'm not mad at it at all.
Cortez Kennedy 2.0. That's Taz all over again.
We appreciate you. Thanks ever so much for joining us. Thank you. Oh no, it's gone.
Oh no.
No,
I can't believe we finally figured out where the mute button was.
we can't hear Bo now. Oh no.
That was great.
Oh no, we
That was
can't
so
hear Bo.
cool.
Bo, thank you. Enjoy the rest of draft night. Thank you, my man. Catch you soon. How awesome was that, by the way? That was
great.
That was a lot of fun, yeah.
incredible. Now to get back, how to get full. Thank you, Bo. Go give Bo a follow. Football Talk with Bo for all not just Seattle Seahawks content, but all things football as well. Yeah, fantastic guy, great dude, and that was just incredible. So apologies if you listen back to this on Spotify tomorrow when it gets to load, because that was
hurt. It hurt in the ear goggles.
Yeah, for like 10 minutes, that was really rough podcasting, but a great moment.
All's well.
So quick moment. Vikings have just made a trade to go up to 17, and they've taken Dallas Turner, edge rusher of Alabama. Okay. So we will get to that. Brendan, sorry we've kept you waiting for so long.
No worries.
Big
4
Raiders
hours
fan.
ago. The Bowers.
Yeah, Brock Bowers
Yeah.
was drafted about an hour ago.
Well, I mean, so first of all, I was on the Undroppables live draft, and I had to react to the Brock Bowers pick, and then I had to go into Sleeper and start making trades for Aiden O'Connell, and then I came over to you. Now I have Dallas Turner as part of my player profiler. Like, we have a list of guys we have to write up. I have to go do a video of Dallas Turner. It doesn't have to be right now, but I did want to, in honor of my.
What a teeny
Sorry,
on
my British heritage. If you've ever had Booth's Gin, that's my family.
Oh.
So we're gonna do some smoked pickle brine, smoked jalapeno pickle brine, a little vermouth, a lot of Beefeater, and stirred properly because that's how a martini should be.
If the good people at Booths are listening, we are available for sponsorship.
We are available for sponsorship.
Absolutely. Hey, cousin, reach out. You can find me on the Undroppables, Player Profiler, Dynasty Pulse. Yeah, so it's proper cold at this point. Where's my strainer? There it is. And
making a martini, and this is great. We've had Bo and the Seahawks draft party. We're getting a martini made live on the stream. This is
I'm celebrating Brock Bowers. Holy crap.
Yeah, so how are you feeling? So 13. So was that a thing? Did you ever think you'd get Brock Bowers at 13 and that would be
absolutely not? Okay. Let me tell you a little bit about Brock Bowers. I'm from Northern California. Brock Bowers is from Northern California. He went to Napa High School. I used to run a pizza place in Napa High School, caddy corner from the high school. I made 250 pizzas and fed the Napa High School football team when Brock Bowers was the tight end for the Napa High School football team. Brock Bowers has eaten pizza that I made, which is the reason that he's so good. Okay. Shout out NorCal. So I went through just like a roller coaster of emotions for the first 12 picks of the draft. I wanted JJ McCarthy. He was my number one overall. When I did the mock draft with you guys, there were no trades. So I took Quinyon Mitchell at 13. There was no way Brock Bowers was lasting that long. So I took Quinyon Mitchell, who, I mean, I can't believe he's not off the board too. But I wanted J.J. McCarthy first because we have to address the need at quarterback. We do have Aiden O'Connell, who is fine. My second was Jaden Daniels. I would have been fine with him too. And then the way that everything played out, and Minnesota didn't even need to trade or anything, and J.J. McCarthy just like kind of fell to them. It was just nuts, right? So then everybody expected Bowers to go to the Jets. The Jets took Fashanu, who I was okay with going to the Raiders. And then Nix goes to the Broncos, which I didn't want any part of Nix. I was happy that he went to the Broncos, and we were making fun of our Broncos friends. and we were expecting like a Quinyon Mitchell or, some other cornerback or whatever. But Brock Bowers was still the best on the board. Now, last year, with a different GM, ADP or BPA, best player available, was not a thing. It hasn't been a thing for the Raiders. So it was not in my realm of possibilities. The fact that we did that, I'm over the moon. I couldn't be happier. I love Brock Bowers. I love what it does to the offense to have Michael Mayer play in line. Jacoby Myers is a really, really good slot receiver. Devontae Adams is a route god. Trey Tucker takes the cap off. Zamir White is going to be benefited by having two tight end sets. It opens everything up. And Brock Bowers is a lot of people have said he's the best athlete in this entire draft. He's the best player in this entire draft. And we got him at 13, and I couldn't be happier. So cheers to everybody across the pond.
Cheers, absolutely cheers. I think Joe Byron got their beers as well. I'm on the solo cups. It's 3:12 a.m. here.
There you go.
We are still rocking and we are still rolling.
Halfway 3 a.m. somewhere, right?
Yeah, it's always 3 a.m. somewhere. And
that's
Brendan,
awesome.
Just a shout out. You've been on good teams and great teams cover a couple of times already. But for the benefit of those guys who haven't seen those episodes that you were on, where can we find you? What have you got going on?
It's grown even more. Okay.
Where can't we find him nowadays?
Right. So I do every Friday night at 4 p.m. West Coast time. I do Player Profiler Today show. It's basically just half an hour of like player news. The Undroppables, I have Raiders content, I have Devi content, I have cooking and drinking content. So go over to the Undroppables and subscribe there. The Dynasty Pulse is my Dynasty show on the Fantasy Football Plus network. And then my partner and I, we just started a redraft show, basically for your work league, your family league, like not your DGen stuff, not like your deep dives. And that's on the Fantasy Football Advice Network, for which we are sponsoring the Fantasy Football Expo coming up in August in Canton, Ohio. So go over to FFAN, Fantasy Football Advice Network, the Fantasy Forecast with Biggs and Greinberg. That's us. It's really, really fun. We knock out 3 episodes a week. At Big Boneded, BIGBONEDEDFFB on Twitter is where I drop everything. And I just did a 2024 expert series for each position: quarterback, wide receiver, running back, and tight end, with Noah Hills on running backs, Andrew Cooper on tight ends, my guy at Undroppables, Chalk, who wrote The Art of Dynasty. He did wide receivers with me. The Undroppables is about to release the most incredible wide receiver model in analytics that we've ever seen. It's called the Unscore, the UN score. It's coming out after all of these landing spots are done this weekend. Go to the Undroppables and find that. It's going to change the game. And I don't mean that in like some kind of like hyperbolic way. This is stuff that we've been pushing, analytics that we've been talking about on our shows for like the last month. And then these 4 guys at the Undroppables put all of these analytics together, along with landing spots, along with physical profiles. And they came up with this model that is validated by the fact that Justin Jefferson is the highest scorer in the model ever. All of the player comps are basically right on. This thing is so valid, it's ridiculous. And we just like have found out in the last couple days how actually good it is. So Chalk was on there talking about wide receivers with me. I put those shows on all 3, the Fantasy Burn, the Dynasty Pulse, and the Undroppables, on all 3 platforms. Like the Andrew Cooper one was 2 hours. It was just an insane podcast, so much content. So yeah, go to Twitter, find me. There's so much stuff out there. And I love you. I love you guys. Good teams win, great teams cover. I'm so honored to be a repeat guest for you guys, and I'm happy to come on anytime that you'll have me.
Yeah, I don't know how much. Sorry, Paul and Joe. I don't know how deep in fantasy they are, but like I will absolutely vouch for the Undroppables team of being like they don't chat shit.
Right. Right.
I know Jax has put out that. The makeup of a dynasty quarterback 1, wide receiver 1 for years now. And truthfully, if they're putting their name to this UN score is going to be a game changer there, I'll believe it sight unseen. To have Justin Jefferson as a number 1 shows that you're going to outbet draft capital from the NFL as well, which is crucial because it's really easy to go into a rookie draft and follow NFL draft capital. Justin Jefferson was going in, the 8th, 9th, 10th pick of the NFL rookie draft, Superflex at the time, 2020. If you're putting him at number 1 in your model, that is a huge vouch of it knows what it's doing.
Right. And so Jax, who's incredible, he was involved. There were 4 guys involved: Jax, Chalk, this guy Wiz, who's an FF coder. Wiz is like me, new to the Undroppables, but there are analytics guys, and all of them have put in a ton of effort and done a lot of work on this thing, and it's great. So I went through and I was like looking at a bunch of like little analytical profiles and everything, and they validated everything that I was thinking with this model. And so I couldn't be happier to be a part of that organization and everything. And that's where I got to get back to. But yeah, you guys come out to San Jose for Wrexham versus Chelsea, and let's go drink.
Sounds good. I'll need one of those martinis made for me, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Brendan, we appreciate you. Thanks ever so much for jumping in. Appreciate you giving us some live reaction. I know you're a busy man, so we appreciate you giving up your time. And absolutely, yes, get all over that content that Brendan's involved in. I certainly will be to help me with my fantasy football over the course of the off-season. So, yeah, Brendan, appreciate you. And we'll have you back on Good Teams and Great Teams cover soon, no doubt.
Thank you, guys. Cheers. And fucking Brock Bowers, baby. Let's go.
Well, good night,
Cheers,
Brendan.
Night, Brendan.
Thanks.
And we have a pick-in.
And we have a pick-in. And so we've just seen our Marius Mims go to the Bengals. And we're just about to get some additional AFC North guys on. We've got the guys from the UK Steelers podcast about to jump in and talk all things Steelers as they're about to be on the clock. The Rams at the minute at 19.
Come on, Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, funnily enough, we all had Mims to go to the Steelers as well.
Oh, so, yes.
Well,
Byron
had Mims at 20.
Same pick, though, yeah.
So Marius Mims to the Bengals. I think obviously all picked a tackle or line for the Bengals. Again, need to protect Joe Burrow. Makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah.
It feels like every year we talk about it, and it just shows when he gets injured, he is the heartbeat of that team, and if he's not in there, then no matter how good they are, I thought depending how the draft fell, I thought there could be a team who could trade it up for Bowers and get some more, especially with what's happening with Higgins and everything. But when you're there, I think we all had different defensive tackles to go there, depending who fell. But yeah, I think they'll be happy with Mims. And talk about the Vikings, I think that's a good pick for them as well. I think they need to make that defense a hell of a lot better. And they've, a lot of people had Dallas Turner being the number one defensive player. So to get him on 17 to trade up, and it feels like a couple of them picks are next year. Yeah, technically they've done 2 trades up this year, but why not get that high quality players when they're a team who is desperate, or that defense is desperate for some, so why not?
They lost Daniel Hunter, didn't they? They got Jonathan Grenard in from Houston. But yeah, I think all that defense is a position of need, really, and none more so than edge. I think, great pick. I think you're absolutely right there, yeah.
Cool. Well, while you're crossing your fingers, Byron, and hoping Xavier Worthy is taken by the Rams at 19, let's get the Steelers guys in. Let's bring them in. So we've got Simon Winstanley and friend. We will introduce them in a second from the UK Steelers podcast at UK Steelers Pod on Twitter and your socials. I think we've got a mini Big Ben as well joining us as well. So, hi, Simon, how are we doing? You okay?
Hey, how you doing, guys? How's it going?
Yes. How are you doing? 20 past 3. How are you feeling?
It's early for me, buddy. It's early. We're hyped. We're very ready. There's been 6 QBs off the board. The Steelers are ready to pick the best player in this draft.
And who's that going to be? Obviously, you've got the Rams here at 19 to pick yet. Where are you kind of feeling the Steelers are going to go?
I'm going to let my man Ketz answer that question. Who do you want, Ketz?
We've got corner. We've got a tackle. We've got center if we need it. Our options are wide open at this point. This draft has fallen beautifully for the Steelers at this point.
Yeah, you guys helped us out the other week with our fans on the clock draft, and the pick at 20 was Jackson Powers Johnson. Also, shout out again. We mentioned it earlier. The Sades guys produced a great video. You guys also produced an incredible video. Where was it? One of you guys was on holiday. Was it Gavin?
Yeah, that was Gavin. Yeah, shout out to Gavin Marshall. I put the call out for that video, and he was on holiday and all too ready to get his buddy to record it for him, who's a professional cameraman. And he decided to fall over in the middle of that video, but I think it was all together.
Yeah, the cameraman was the only professional part, right?
Yeah, by far. In answer to your question, though, I mean, I don't know what this Rams pick is about to be, but I am now really, really hoping Terrion Arnold is the pick at 20. I never envisioned that he was going to be available here. I mean, that is my dude, a strong physical corner to go on the opposite side of JPJ. I know that center is just a wide open hole for the Steelers, but the way that the board has fallen here with 6 QBs going so early, I don't know how Omar Khan can't look past that and say, let's get an elite talent here that we did not expect was going to be available. Ben is excited.
Big Ben, little Big Ben's excited.
Keep him restrained at least, so I like it.
But yeah, I think a great shout, and we've been talking about this all night so far, kind of since we got to Penix and Bo Nix. Like, teams are going to have players available, so they had no thought, and no matter how many different scenarios you run, couldn't have possibly thought these players were going to be there available to be picked. So yeah, a lot of people and teams are going to be getting extra value for their first round pick. we're just going to get the pick for the Rams. But before Goodell tells us who the pick for the Rams is, shout out, where can we catch the UK Steelers pod?
Yeah, at UK Steelers Pod on Twitter is the main place. I'm at Cy Wrote This. This is at Kets UK if you want to follow us on Twitter. But yeah, that's the main place, man. Check out the podcast. Been going for 5 years. Ram selection is coming up right now. I don't know if we're on the same time as you guys.
Yeah.
Roger's about to tell us.
We
Fingers
seem to
crossed.
It is Jared Verse, edge rusher from Florida State.
We don't need no edge rusher, bro. We got outside. Let's go. We got our pick of cornerback here. Come on. Omar, don't mess this up, brother. This is an easy pick.
The choices are there for the Steelers now. Like again, the way it is, the way it's fallen. Yeah.
I had it in my mock to trade this pick for Brandon Ayuk. I don't think it's really going to happen now. How would you feel though? Would you take Ayuk for this pick?
Done.
Nova Capital.
Right done.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean,
I could have said done or don't, but yeah, done is much more emphatic. Like,
he said done. He wants it. Yeah. I mean, who would not want Brandon Ayuk on this team, right? But I don't know, man. I'm so interested, so tempted now by this pick. Just the possibilities here. I worry a little bit that the Steelers are the kind of team that have done their homework. You know, they've been to certain places. They've visited. They've done so much work on these centers in this process that I worry that this is the kind of team that might say, listen, we're going to not worry too much about what's going on outside of the building. We're going to take the guy we like regardless. And that concerns me a little bit because I'm like, there's so much value here. But
they had Terry and Arnold in for a combine meeting.
What's that, sorry?
They did have Terry and Arnold in for a combine meeting.
Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah, absolutely an option. There's interest shown. Man, I hope that's the pick. I'm going to be excited if it is.
The way the board is falling now, for me personally, I'd be looking to entertain any calls that say, can we trade back 5, 3, 4, 5, 6 places? Yeah. I think the value that's on the board now, there's still going to be value in 5, 6 places time. I'd be looking to trade back into the second. We've got, I think, 2 third-round picks, so I'd be looking to trade back into the second where I think there's that real sort of
wide receiver, right? You got so many wide receivers. I mean, we've only had 3 wide receivers go, right? I mean,
we due another run on them at some point, but just with where teams are, I think it might come late. It might be the last few picks of the round.
I think it might be tomorrow.
I mean, I think
only ended with 4.
Everybody sees that there's such depth here in the kind of the second, third, day 2 range at wide receiver that it makes sense that we start waiting on this run now. I mean, no defensive players went until pick 15. So you're starting to see that now we're going to get that run. We're going to get some of these elite talents off the board. Then that wide receiver's going to, run is going to come, and who knows who it will be? Will it be AD Mitchell? Will it be Xavier Worthy? Will it be Brian Thomas Jr.? I don't know, but I don't think the Steelers do that here. I think we go defense.
We've got to go defense here. We've got to go one of the elite corners. If we're going to go, I mean, if we've got center, we've got a pick of center, either Barton or JPJ. That's the position sorted for the next 10 years. And obviously the center position, the hit rate in the first round is like 80, 90%. It's really high.
Safe pick,
really safe pick for the next 10 years. So it just depends on really what Khan and Tomlin want to do with this pick. The board couldn't have fallen better, though, to be fair.
Yeah, I was going to say it's fallen perfect. So in our mock drafts, we had plenty of teams trading up to 11, 12 to get Arnold, and teams reaching for them and having to give away. And now they're like, oh, we don't actually have to give away nothing.
Yeah.
Pick is in, so we're not moving. There's no trade going on, which helps us because that would have been a bit awkward, right? If we'd have had in 8 picks time.
See you in 25 minutes, lads. Yeah.
don't trade away from a good player. That's what Khan has said, and Tomlin has said, and many other wonderful people before that have said over the years.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you guys, whatever happens here, you guys are going to be real happy. So yeah,
don't jinx it, Paul. Don't jinx it.
Mims is
I'll apologise in advance for that. We've had.
If it had been Mims, you'd have had tears live on the live stream.
There's been a lot of discussion on the show about Mims. For whatever reason, a lot of these guys are really down on Mims. So I think they're glad that the Bengals took him. We'll see how that goes. I'm not as convinced on that. We'll see.
He's played 8 games.
I get it. We'll see. That's the
the fact is in the same division as well. Is either going to prove you guys wrong or terribly. You can see everywhere.
We had the same problem last year with the Browns and DeJuan Jones. A lot of people thought we were going to take DeJuan Jones early. He ends up falling. The Browns take him. Obviously a big tackle. Very similar situation with Mims. I didn't quite understand why we would have taken Mims if we didn't take DeJuan Jones last year. Doesn't matter because we haven't got to worry about it now. Now we've just got to worry, do we want Quinion Mitchell or do we want Terry and Arnold?
Yeah, and what a great decision to have to make. Yeah, which is fantastic. And yeah, I have to say the way it's worked out couldn't have worked out, like I say, really any better for you guys. And happy we've had quite the night so far. We had a live looking at a Seattle Seahawks draft watch party out in Seattle with our friend, which was awesome. We couldn't hear a word he was saying, or he couldn't hear a word we were saying. But it was incredible. It was really cool. We've had our Raiders guy making martinis live on the stream. It's been great.
We definitely want to do this one year. Get the full live stream going for the full 32 picks. I'm sure it's been good fun.
It has been, and what we are very grateful for is the NFL and the teams are just rattling through these picks as well.
Yeah,
we did it last year, and I think it was like a solid 5 and a bit hours. It just dragged for so long.
Make it as long as you want it. I'm fine. Make the picks 20 minutes. I'll stick around.
Yeah. 20 minutes on the clock to fill in. But yeah, I think we're in a great position, and this is just so intriguing now. We've talked a little bit about, because of what's happened early on. Just there is just that element of uncertainty, which is fantastic. And yeah,
what did you guys make of the Penix pick? Just while we wait for this pick,
we didn't really. We're speechless, really. We didn't. Really, crazy.
Because me and I think Joe, are you on the same kind of timeline as me? I'm about 30 seconds behind Paul. Mm-hmm. I'm on the internet. Paul's got it on his actual TV, and I couldn't tell if he was taking the piss. Because we're not tipping picks, we're not looking on my phone's on charge out the way, not looking up any inside. It's much more fun just see it live as it comes in. Sure. So Paul's my breaking, he's my Goodell tonight, and he's at Michael Penix, and I'm honestly like, am I being punked? Like,
being punked.
We know the Falcons haven't traded out. I've seen that come up. I know the pick's in. And I think it took us 3 minutes to try and regain any kind of composure. Like,
it didn't make any sense compared to what they've done in the offseason at all, did it?
I don't know if you've seen the latest news, but apparently they only told Cousins during the pick. So, like, when they were like making
during the pick, at which point
they actually rung up. So I think they mentioned they might get a QB, but he apparently shocked that they've used a first rounder. That
I'm not surprised.
Mike versus we're drafting in the first round is very different.
Yeah. Crazy. And we just talked about like what must have been going on, like in Kirk Cousins' front room. Like,
well, we've just finished watching Draft Day. I don't know if I'm sure you guys have seen that film. If you remember the scene where they take the first round pick and it shows Brian Drew, the QB of the Browns in that film. That's what I imagine. The opposite of that is what I imagine Kirk Cousins' living room was like.
Here we go.
Oh, Cam Hayward.
We've got a guest.
Walter Payton, Man of the Year, Cam Hayward on the stage.
We have another guest looking fly in the green suit.
I was going to say, that is a nice suit.
Let's see.
Right, here we go. Come on. It's Terry and Arnold. This is the time.
Well, that is a nice green suit. I'm a little behind you.
They're doing the full big speech to introduce Cam Hayward instead of just telling us what the goddamn pick is.
Roger, get out of the way.
He deserves it.
He does, absolutely.
And in Detroit, the Toronto just making it very clear that's not Cam Sutton. Police stand down. This is Cam Hayward. No reason to
Ready
be
to
upset.
jump the stage.
Right.
Get the sponsorship in.
Got to get the sponsorship in, of course.
Absolutely. Let's
Nationwide, we're on your side.
That's not the Building Society, right? That's a different company.
Come on, Cam.
I don't even
Bring
know.
it home, brother.
Oh, yeah, it's cars, right? Nationwide is on your side. I live in America, and I don't know what the fuck the commercials are.
Oh, Cam's giving a full spiel as well. Full speech.
I am not Cam Sutton.
He's a pro, Cam Hayward.
Got to get a video of this, you see.
Yeah, we're getting a video.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Cam Hayward, and we just want the pick, don't we? At this point, we don't need the speech. It's 3:30. Come on.
It's still early.
Here we go.
Come on, Cam. Bring it home.
Here we go.
Stairway to 7. Come on.
I'm a little bit ahead. I'll let the guys react.
Anytime.
Tackle. Oh, we've got tackle. Okay.
I'll do.
Okay.
I'll do.
Steelers select Troy Fautanu out of Washington with the 20th overall pick. Guys, what are you feeling?
Wow. So this is interesting, right? Because obviously the Steelers wanted tackle. we would love to get a tackle in there to replace Dan Moore to allow Broderick Jones to stay on his home left side. We've known that this is something the Steelers are wanting to do. The reason I didn't think this would happen here is because the one tackle that was kind of left was Furtanu, who is a little bit traditional, like at least from my view. I don't know what you think, Kets, a little bit less of a run blocker. Which, you know, coming from the Arthur Smith system, I thought that was the kind of tackle that they would be targeting. That wasn't available. So this is an interesting pick to me. I don't know, Kets, what do you make of it?
So Washington's left tackle, I had him as a Steelers scheme fit during the draft. Had a football and volleyball background, athletic profile, can get out to the second level, so he's going to be reasonable in the run game as well. Mirrors nicely in pass protection. I think he had 13 games in 2023, 845 snaps, 1,700 snaps in college in total, 15 QB hurries, 2 QB hits, and 2 sacks whilst playing left tackle. So he's got good production over the years. Length and anchor are the two potential concerns, but I guess given with this low down the draft, to get a tackle, with that much ability to protect the quarterback, I think that's a pretty reasonable return for 20 overall.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and like I say, it could have gone. The options were plentiful, but yeah, you know, to get someone that clearly happy with, get a pretty, you know, one of the top ranked tackles at 20. Yeah, I think it's a good night's work.
It's about value here, I think. Right? I think. And sorry, I won't keep you too long. I know you probably got Miami sitting in the waiting room, but yeah, this is all about value. I think Omar Khan wanted to beef up this O-line. Like I say, I'm a little bit surprised because this is a left tackle. So, I mean, someone's going to have to play on the right side.
And I think there's talk of he might kick into guard as well, which I was kind of surprised by. I would think you'd have him at left tackle and move Dan Moore maybe, but Dan Moore get ready to learn right tackle, I guess.
That's a length question, but he can't be any worse than Dan Moore on the left tackle side of things. Let's put it that way. But
that's kind of why I was so surprised that all the talk was center, because it kind of felt like only the Steelers in-house like Dan Moore, and maybe.
I tell you what, in the second or third round, some of my colleagues on the UK Steelers podcast might disagree with me, but Cedric Van Pran is the guy. He's going to be there in the third round. He's the best tackle in this draft compared to the value. We have a red star on UKSP, and he was my red star, and he is absolutely the pick. So I don't mind if we go cornerback in the second round and take Van Pran in the third at center. I think that's the way forward.
Nice, good. And like I say, the way it's fallen, the options are there, and yeah, you know, I think a lot of us had said in our predictions that we'd expect to see an O-line pick from the Steelers. That's what we've got. I think it's a good one. I think you've got a good one there in Furtanu, and a great one to add to that line. So yeah.
Well, expect another one. I mean, this, like you say, the Steelers center situation is wide open right now. I don't believe the Steelers saying that Nate Herbig is going to be the center. It's nonsense. Yeah. Someone's going to be coming in here to compete for the starting center job. So expect that in rounds 2 or 3, and then that leaves the question. You know, wide receiver, cornerback. Maybe you want to target that with the 2 third-round picks.
100%. Yeah.
And a shout out there because, I mean, Cedric Van Pran might be the best name in the draft. I couldn't find him.
Yeah, some great names in this draft, but that's a cracker.
I'm trying to find him on my sheet here, and I'm like, Control F in Cedric with a C. And I'm like, is this guy completely off the board? Who is he? I've never heard of him.
I think he is, if you look at his full name. But honestly, he's the best. He's the best center in this draft.
Second team All-American, first team All-SEC. Yeah, team. I'm reading Jane Brugler as a beast here. I don't go from not knowing who someone is to reciting what awards they have.
We don't mess about, gents. Have a listen to our draft coverage over the draft season every year. We spend way too long on it than we should do to be healthy by any means. But give us a listen.
Absolutely. And just give us a reminder where, like I say, for anyone watching, listening right now, where can we find the UK Steelers pod?
So UK Steelers podcast is available on any reputable and probably some unreputable
mainly the unreputable
podcast sites. Yeah. Follow us on Twitter at UK Steelers pod, at So I Wrote This, at Kets UK on Twitter. But follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, go give the guys a little Big Ben a follow. Guys, we appreciate you. Thank you. It's late. It's 25-4. We appreciate you being up with us. Thanks for joining. Hopefully, we'll catch you during the off season. Have you back on during many of our other looks ahead at the season and during the season as well. We appreciate you, and go and give the UK Steelers guys.
Yes, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys.
Take it easy.
Enjoy your evening, chaps.
Thanks, guys.
See you later, mate. How awesome! Like what we've just had with great guys and great guests there.
Very lucky with the group we've had tonight.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much again to the UK Steelers pod guys. Just really cool bunch of guys, and thanks for helping out. And great to see the instant reaction of the pick.
I did have because your reaction, Paul. I was like, "Oh shit! Like, what have the Steelers done?"
Spencer Rattler. It's going to be Spencer Rattler.
It was just because I think they were.
They wanted the cornerback.
Oh, we've got this, we've got that. Yeah, so.
I do wonder if, like, with the Steelers with that pick, if I think they did mention it, that it feels like I think he would have been available if the draft went to plan as well. He would have been there. So they did homework. So the shock that, like, have they not, going off different plan? Because annoyingly, the Bengals pick and Steelers pick had the other way around. I've done a few of them this evening, but I had the Bengals choosing, and the Steelers getting Mims. So,
and I was thinking about it when they were saying about don't rate Mims of, that'd be fun for the coming up off season, 2 big rookie tackles, and I don't know if we all do. We all do, in fact. Yeah, we all have the Ravens taking a different one, but we all have the Ravens taking a tackle as well. AFC North tackle Bonanza, etc. It's so funny seeing Mike McDaniel in a draft war room. He does not look like he belongs there.
Well,
I was going to say Tomlin looked a bit weird in that draft room as well. I don't know how happy he was. If it's not a cornerback, I'll be shocked here.
Yeah, I think it'll be a corner now.
Chop Robinson, Penn State.
If he's not got chop move,
much.
If he's not got a chop move, then he's doing something wrong.
Not one. Turn the TV down. Not one that I like. Chop Robinson. Thought maybe late first round, early second.
Yeah, I had him to the Bills at 28.
Yeah, edge rush, D line and edge in general. Still a need for the Dolphins. I think it's the injuries that have decimated them and killed them. The last few weeks.
Decimated and killed them.
Yeah, all of the above. They should have a return in Phillips. Obviously, they've lost Wilkins from a D tackle perspective. So, I think and definitely need. Maybe they could have moved. Could they move down and still got this? Chop Robinson?
Possibly, but someone has to want to move up. And, what is left at edge?
Yeah, I had the Bucks taking Chop Robinson. It just felt like that kind of team. Or something like the Eagles, and then I'm not going to lie, this is like how this draft has felt. And I was going to say this like about 10 picks ago. Are we waiting for the Eagles to won this draft?
Possibly. When they slide Terry and Arnold in, they need a cornerback. There was talk of them moving up for a corner. And again, Howie played it perfectly.
Off the board yet.
I think both of us, I was Terry and Arnold getting drafted at 13 by the Eagles, getting them trading up. So the fact that he's sliding down.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm surprised because the Dolphins obviously lost to Xavier Howard. I know they got Ramsey. So I was just surprised that they didn't go corner. But like you said, they're just the needs everywhere. So
I was just quickly checking my Instagram and I don't know if you guys get this on Insta, it's really annoying where it's like, there's a new thread you might be interested in on Threads because everyone signed up to Threads at one time and no one uses it. And just from Denny Carter from NBC Roto World, Penix to the Falcons has to be the worst top 10 pick in recent NFL history. Nothing about it makes sense. It's astounding on every level. Absolutely co-sign. But yeah, kind of agree that it's all set for the Eagles to take a corner here. And I don't know if you've noticed on our draft mock sheet, I've started just marking the players in red that have gone. Because I was like, especially with the tackles with all the Fs, I was struggling to keep track of who's available. And I don't want to load up a sheet that's going to say like the next pick on it because, I always worry about being behind. And yeah, Terry and Arnold's still there. Quinion Mitchell's still there. Cooper DeJean's still there. Nate Wiggins still there. Cool. You want a cornerback, it's pick your choice, really.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, is this not many might not go now? Well, a couple might go, but like the teams who are high in the second are suddenly thinking, oh, we've a team like the Panthers, they might be thinking we're going to get first. I've got a feeling the Panthers might trade that 33 pick just because what's available and that they haven't got much draft stock. But you're thinking a team like the Chargers, for example, if they've got a second round pick, I'm just guessing they do. That they're like, oh, so we've got our number 1 tackle, and it could be one of the top 5 corners,
absolutely,
or wide receivers, because the Eagles could go offensive tackle here. Something, like a center, like a Powers Johnson, or to help with Kelsey.
Graham Barton.
Yeah. Also, I know we didn't really chat about it, but I do like that Byron Murphy pick for the Seahawks. I know we didn't talk about it.
Yes, we didn't get a chance to chat.
I think that's such a Seahawks pick. That was their biggest weakness, especially against teams like the 49ers against the Rams, who can be run heavy. I know they re-signed Williams.
Yeah.
But it didn't really work out last year, and they were struggling there. And I know they've drafted a few players there, but to get the number 1 D tackle, and with the new head coach who made that Ravens defensive line special, I think that's a key piece, and I think that's a great pick for the Seahawks. Super impressed with that one.
The Eagles pick is in. Should we have a quick check-in on our mock draft comp? Joe, what are the scores on the doors? Where are we at?
So I think I'm leading just because I got 1 extra.
After 4.
Yes, I'm on 53. Paul, you're on 48 because you managed to get Latu the correct pick. It was pick 15.
Nice. Just the wrong team, yeah.
It's the wrong team. And Byron's 43. So we all got 3 points for McCarthy after you mentioned it, Paul. So.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah. And I was just saying I've said to Byron before, I think I've got about 2 or 3 where I've got the teams the wrong way around. So, for example, the Bengals and Steelers, I got it wrong way around.
Do you want to flip on to the 3rd page, Joe, just because we're up to pick 20?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Cheers, mate.
It's going so quick, this.
Yeah, great. I think we've got time. We're about 2 hours, 20 minutes since Caleb Williams was drafted. This is great work from the NFL.
Flying in, yeah. It's been a blast tonight.
Yeah, it's been good. I think we might going to get done by R4 here, which is great. God, I'm traveling tomorrow. So.
Any more guests lined up for the night? Or
no, that's us done. So just thanks to everybody. Brendan, Booth, thanks to Rondo, thanks to Bo, thanks to the Steelers guys, Sai and Kets there. Just great guests. Thanks for joining us. We're very concentrated, but it worked out well. We had a good little 45 minutes there, which was awesome. So we've got Steelers at 22. So Latu, Byron is a no-go for you. Me and Joe both have Wiggins. Me going to the Eagles, the picks into the trades out the window, Joe. You had him going to the Packers. And then Byron, we're getting close to Dallas.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, guys?
Okay, because I don't think they can fuck this up.
Well, I don't think 2 tackles are going. Or 2 linemen, sorry. I think I'm going to get Barton, and I'll be delighted with it.
Because they're not going to go corner, are
they? I wouldn't have thought so. They are in a good place there. Might also get Gilmore back, I guess, as well, potentially. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's all linemen. I think, obviously, I'll pick Barton there, but I think it could be JPJ.
Could it also be Jason Newton as well?
Could be. And I'm not going to rule out Jerry Jones being Jerry Jones and taking Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas. But I think Newton or an all-lineman makes the most sense. I think it'll be an all-lineman.
I think there's been a few stories about Newton, hasn't there? He's slipped down a lot of people's draft boards because of some injuries.
Sure.
Because he's got a foot injury.
Oh, you are right. Sorry. When you said stuff about him, I thought you meant like.
Oh no! So yes, I think he's
there's that.
He's a big lad.
Yeah, that Sweat guy. I can't remember his first name, like Tavon Sweat or something. There's another D tackle who's like, I think he's rumored to 3rd round, but might end up going 7th round because he's had such bad off the field stuff. I thought that's the kind of thing you're referring to. Yeah, Newton, or some kind of foot injury that I don't know where it's at, but and he is undersized as well. Eagle selection is in-ish.
Goodell's doing a speech, I think, about the international
player program.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Didn't get the memo about moving it along.
It's like, our international friends would like to go to bed as well, Rog. It's like,
oh no, so we're going to get Jordan Mailata giving us the pick live from Australia.
Bloody hell, mate.
Well, he's a day ahead, so he already knows the pick. So who's that person behind him?
Quinion Mitchell to the Eagles.
Okay, they've won the draft.
Didn't even take a Georgia player.
Well, Quinion Mitchell, some people's number one corner, is the number one corner off the board.
At pick 22.
At pick 22.
What is going on?
I was hoping for Arnold there because I had him.
Yeah, the Eagles needed. Obviously, that secondary was a mess, especially back half of the season, and they were just getting diced up for fun, weren't they? I think they've got a good one there in Quinion Mitchell.
Sorry, it's fine. Just load. I must be getting further behind you guys, maybe. But yeah, I just seen the guy that you're talking about behind. I like that, and yeah, it's a very funny image. But yeah, this is the Eagles have won the draft, like Joe says. Another great corner. Just another super value pick. You just sit there and wait for the great players to fall to you. The Eagles.
I think that's like the big thing, isn't it? The fact that he's from Toledo and everyone's like loving him is like a big plus. Where it's like for a quarterback, you're like, oh, he's played for like a low end coach, but he's a bit like now it's like, oh, he must have certain traits.
Yeah,
which a cornerback to have to draft this high.
A win for the MAC. A win for the MAC conference. Love a bit of midweek action. Tuesday, Wednesday nights, college football season. It's ace. Crazy football games. But yeah, Quinion Mitchell, love him. As it kept going, I was thinking if he were there at 24, Jerry probably takes him.
Yeah, I mean, the chance that Terry Arnold might be there for you though at 24 if you're interested in a CB.
Who's next?
It's the Jaguars next. Big need is they also have a huge need of corner. So Terry and Arnold would absolutely make sense.
Yeah, and that'd be a great trade down for the Jags because they didn't get too much, but I think there's a fair argument Terry Arnold would have been the pick at 17.
Yeah,
it's crazy as well because thinking on mock drafts I had Cooper DeJean, so obviously some people's third or fourth.
Oh yeah, you had them trading down a little as well.
Yeah, so the fact that because I think they got fourth and fifth next year, was it?
I think it was
third and fourth. So you know when you first happened, I was like, oh, okay, they haven't got two, but like now it's like, oh, you may have got your number one, the guy you wanted, and you've got an extra third and fourth, which can be good, solid starters next year.
And again, talking fantasy football is very different, but like there are also pieces you can use in the season to improve your team. Mm-hmm. You can trade that pick. Mm-hmm. You never have to make that pick. You see what wide receivers go for nowadays. They get given away mid-season. You could probably give a third-round pick to get someone like Devontae Adams if you're willing to pay him.
Are they a kind of team in the second round who are willing to trade up with that draft asset to get one of them wide receivers who? Because I think once you've hit Brian Jones Jr. and there's for like 4 or 5 there where every single time I see someone ranking, it's all different. So a few of them is going to slip into the second round. Could you trade up and say just have a third next year? Thank you very much.
Definitely.
Yeah. Just some quick reaction to the Quinion Mitchell pick from, of all people, Micah Parsons. He's on the Bleacher Report live draft show. And his reaction was, I'm utterly disgusted how lucky the Eagles are. He fell right into their lap. He checks every box. It's a terrific pick. I don't know how Howie and them get so lucky.
Fair. I do like that Micah Parsons really seems to buy into the rivalries. He seems to really dislike everyone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even his own fans.
Yeah.
When anyone says anything negative.
Eagles have won the draft. We're on to the Jaguars now. Picks in, so we should hear from that soon, assuming we don't get another speech from Rog. Who we call it? So we set that this is just going to be a corner, yeah?
I'll be I wouldn't be surprised if they go wide receiver just because of the need. There's not even that many edges left, is there? As well, who you would take first round.
Where does that run on wide receivers? Are we going to see one? Could it start with the Bills? Is it going to be the Bills?
Possibly Bills, Detroit, Chiefs. I think there's only going to be 3 more. I think my bet's gone, to be honest. Unless the Cardinals just decide let's get another weapon. like what you put in your draft. Your mock
Well,
draft
up. I got Brian Thomas, yeah.
It could happen.
Yeah.
Unless Tampa Bay, because obviously I know they've got Evans back, but Godwin's probably taken a step back.
I love how it's just going to the Jaguars draft room. So I don't know if I'm sure you're aware that Tony Khan is a wrestling promoter as well. And I saw it on Twitter. I guess part of one of the wrestling angles was that some of his villain wrestlers beat him up last night. He sat in the draft room with a neck brace on, selling the beatdown. That's fantastic.
I'm not going to lie. His dad looks like one of the villains.
Yeah.
Who would be the manager? Yeah.
He looks like a Bond villain. But yeah, it's on the show last night. One of the wrestlers who was obviously at odds with the boss, like dropped him on his head, and he was wearing a neck brace to sell. That was fantastic. Love that. Let's see if we love the pick as well.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think what their offensive line is like. I can't really think if they're good or bad.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver.
I did say wide receiver.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
What pick is that? 23.
23. So, yeah, a need. But I really felt the pressing need was corner, not wide receiver. Brian Thomas goes to the Jaguars at 23. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Unless, like we mentioned, like it's the other way around, where we said the Jags might trade up for one of them wide receivers. They might now trade up in the second round to get one of them cornerbacks because one's gone off the board. Probably Arnold to be gone. Maybe Dijon, and that's it. Then you've got like a few there to.
There's going to be some Wiggins and a couple of others are going to potentially drop out of the first round. Yeah, interesting. Obviously, you lost Calvin Ridley. You didn't really get what you were hoping out of him last year, really, from a Jags perspective. So, Brian Thomas Jr. goes into that core. Trevor Lawrence struggled at times last year, didn't he? He needs to get back on track and have a big year. Yeah. I don't know if you saw it, Byron. We were just talking that Tony Khan, the Jags, he had the neck brace on. He was beaten up in the wrestling ring last night.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen it on the internet about him getting attacked last night. Yeah, great showmanship.
Yeah, brilliant.
Got to respect it.
Yeah,
and also congrats to Byron for winning the bet with Brian Johnson.
Oh, Brian
Thomas. Brian Thomas. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll take it. I'm low on wins at this point, so yeah, I'll take 2.
So, we're gonna have to let's start talking about it. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock.
Yeah, give me Graham Barton, please. I'll take it.
Graham Barton. You wouldn't go Powers. You wouldn't go Powers Thomas.
I would rather have Graham Barton, but realistically, I would say yes to either of them. If you told me when the draft was, when I was doing my mock, if I could have either of them, I'd have probably taken either of them. Guyton's still there as well.
Yeah, Guyton, yeah. Jordan Morgan.
I think he's more pure tackle than the other two, who will be playing, centre. But, yeah, really, I think I'd be happy with any of the 3, which is a very rare position at this stage of the draft, I think.
And it feels like when Cowboys choose an offensive lineman, you might as well ticket him into the Hall of Fame. So
I think Kai was sat here 12 months ago, and we were doing this going, well, Mayer was on the board. No, who were the 3? Joey Porter
I wanted
Jr.,
Michael Mayer.
Joey Porter Jr., Michael Mayer, and somebody else going. And Nolan Smith. If you get one of those 3, I'm happy. And then we drafted Mazzy Smith.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
is this just going to be somebody that we've just not really heard being talked about going today, which is a Cowboys move to make that we just really like?
QB.
It definitely could be. I don't think it will be, but it definitely could be.
Why does the Cowboys draft room always look like it's like on the Death Star of the Star Wars? It always feels like they have to play the villain.
I miss when Jerry did it on his boat. That should be.
Have you seen that guy sign with Jerry Jones with the he crossed out in the Dallas fans?
Yeah.
The thing if someone's got Jerry Jones with the warning sign over or cancel sign.
I don't know I don't think that Dallas are in position to, but my best player available right now is Cooper DeJean.
No, Arnold.
I've probably got him just ahead.
Okay.
Cooper DeJean on my board. But yeah, I wouldn't. If they got to this position and took Arnold, I think I'd be okay with that, even though it isn't a need.
Yeah, if the O-line wasn't such a need, like it's hard to say like getting Terry Arnold or Cooper DeJean at 24 is like awful.
Yeah.
Because they're such good players. But what are you going to do with your line this year?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you know, we do have Bland, we do have Diggs. Like I said, Gilmore's a possibility to come back. Again, if you told me all the tackles off the board and we get Terry and Arnold, I'd say, yeah, that's absolutely fine. Or all the linemen, because like I say, I'm thinking we go center here, Barton or JPJ. But yeah, it's tough to think you'd be annoyed at getting such a good player.
Yeah, yeah.
What would you do if they go Johnny Newton?
I think, again, you need to stop that run as well, and they've been piss poor at that, so I wouldn't mind that. One that I also think could be in consideration for Dallas here is the linebacker out of NC State, Peyton Wilson.
Peyton Wilson, yeah. I'd be surprised the linebacker goes in the first round, but I'm surprised by Jerry a lot.
Yeah. Obviously, it's been a problem. Van Der Esch is obviously retired, but also had as the injuries. We were playing Bell as a safety playing linebacker a lot of the time, so it is a need.
Yeah, and Eric Kendricks might be our marquee free agent signing, but no. I mean, that's what I was saying about Jaden Daniels. Like, Jaden Daniels, he gets past that initial line, and he's just going to run for fun.
Yeah.
You know,
so yeah, I'm interested. Something tells me we're going to get there. Oh, no way was that person going to go in the first round, and the Cowboys are taking him pick again. Because that's what they like to do.
Wasn't it like the Patriots chose someone like a few years back and no one actually...
Cole Strange, I think.
Yeah.
Was the guard, and the Rams came out and were like, oh yeah, we were scouting him, and the Rams' first pick was like 80.
Yeah.
Which, I think came across more disrespectful than the Rams intended. I think they were saying we looked into him and he was a good player, rather than like we were looking at him at 80th overall. But like it's hard to get those words back in your mouth once you've said them.
Speaking of the Patriots, how do you think Big Bill's doing over on McAfee?
Very good question. I'd love to see how he reacts to Michael Penix. I'm sure we'll see how he reacts to Michael.
You want to see how many people they've had watch, and we'll do a quick comparison.
I'm gonna say right. They probably had more than us, but I bet they've not had better guests.
Cowboys have traded.
Oh, I was about to say I wouldn't mind trade. Oh, the Lions.
I had the Lions trading up as well. Did I?
Another hour for the Cowboys pick. They've traded with the Lions. The Lions have come up from 29.
I had the Lions trading to 27. Damn.
And the pick's in quick as well from the Lions.
I mean, it should be. There was like 30 seconds left when the trade got made.
Sorry?
There was only 30 seconds left when the trade got made.
Yeah. And I was just about to say, was it my... I think my pick for the Cowboys, but that ran out of time as well when we did the draft. So it's close. 30 seconds left.
Your prediction's right. They haven't picked anybody so far. So let's see the Lions take then at 24.
I'm going to say they're going Cooper DeJean.
This is a corner, right? Yeah.
Ooh. I think it's Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think it'll be Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, I had him trading up for Kool-Aid, but it was 27.
Oh, I think you should get a little... I know it's not to the right spot, but maybe give you a bonus point or something for that.
Obviously, the people in Detroit have gone wild because they've moved up.
Well, of course they have.
Well, that was my reasoning why they traded up.
Cowboys get a third rounder, pick 73, and the Lions get a 2025 7th.
Fine.
That's pretty decent.
Yeah, actually, not bad. All of a sudden, you've got another pick in the...
Jerry knows what he's doing.
Yeah, we need to use that website where you can see who won the drafts and whatnot.
The trade.
I have the trade calculator up. I just need to know what the numbers of the picks are.
So it was 24 and a 2025 7th for 29 and pick 73.
29 is 640. 73 is 225. So that's 865 total. 24 was 740. So yeah, Dallas have made out like a bandit there.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the Lions is like we've talked about, they're such in a good position where they've built their squad so well that obviously you don't want to just give away draft picks, but it feels like if they make a great pick here, which works out, then they could be in the NFC conference title again.
Yeah. Yep. Just tied up two key pieces this week, haven't they, in Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Because they got heavy. Because they go Worthy.
Maybe Worthy.
Feels like a bit speedsters. It feels like a bit of duplication with Jameson Williams. I'd be stunned if it's not a DB.
Yeah, me too. Especially with what happened with Sutton.
But yeah, I mean, how fun would it be if it's worthy?
Oh, there you go, linebacker, and just double it down. Just to prove everyone wrong.
We don't care what anyone thinks, and we will prove it.
First running back off the board is...
If it's Braylon Allen, we fucking dance him.
Who's making this pick? Do we know? Is he gonna be
Eminem again? Is Eminem going to come out? Or Barry Sanders again? I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie, Barry Sanders did look like he just came from the office when he came out with his like big ass tie. Everyone else dressed in pretty cool and whatnot, and then he was there with his shirt and tie on.
Let's see. I mean, if we could get a move on, guys, because I've got the banner off waiting for your pick.
So who are we thinking? Like I say, I'm going Cooper DeJean.
I'm going Arnold.
Arnold, yeah. I think Arnold.
He's a number 9 on Jeremiah's best available.
Yeah.
Arnold would be a good pick as well.
Yeah, because they don't need anyone on the line unless they're like we lost a guard. They lost
they got one in.
Yeah, they got one in.
Roger Goodell and I don't know who that is.
I'm surprised they didn't come out with like a Ford Cadillac or something like that. To proper
collection.
So maybe we had one queued up for like 29.
Let's see what we got.
If like some people from Motown and not like make some picks on the third day, I'm going to be disappointed. You know what I mean? If Diana Ross doesn't come out to make a pick,
if RoboCop doesn't come out,
it's a flag football promo, is what we're doing. This is now where it has really slowed down, and I know there's been a couple of trades and stuff, but Goodell starts doing this, filling time. Come on, man.
Oh, what do you think about? Because obviously they're doing flag football in the Olympics. Do you think NFL players should be allowed to play?
No,
I agree.
Yeah, my heart says no. I'll be honest, I haven't given it a moment's thought. I didn't know it was getting on. It's the Olympics not this year, right?
Yeah, it's the one. Yeah, it's the one in
2028.
Yeah, is it one in America or something like
that? It's LA, isn't it? Yeah.
LA.
Right, we've got Ellie Fagil, the Michigan high school flag football player, announcing the pick.
Oh, don't mess up.
Terry and Arnold, yeah.
Makes sense. Well, the Lions got to be dancing on the ceiling tonight, right? That's not a Lionel Richie joke. I mean, literally, they've got to be dancing at this.
Yeah, great pick. I think, yeah.
In what world were they getting Terry and Arnold tonight and only give up a third-round pick?
Yeah.
That's not happening.
And it's just the way it's the way it's gone. I'm going to be really annoyed if I stay up till 5 o'clock and Cowboys trade out of 29.
I will be very amused.
I would not be. But lovely pink suit we've got there.
Oh, that is fashion. That is high fashion.
Swaggy, as you'd say.
Yeah. Oh, that's swaggy. Yeah.
We could not get away. We could not get away with that colour.
I cannot wear that.
Not a chance. I don't think I'd get away with a tie.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's wearing a tie at this point, I must say.
He's got a little dicky
bow tie, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I said it, it's backwards to me, and I'm like, oh, I think he had a tie on. Yeah, I've never worn a bow tie in my life. I could not pull it off. I am not Terry Arnold, and I am not Tucker Carlson.
Yes.
We're in the middle of the two.
But now, when you think about the Lions' backfield, obviously Garner Johnson left, Sutton's gone, and they brought in Carlton Davis and now Terry Arnold. And that was where that weak point as well, really, of that.
Yeah. That's
of that defense. Yeah.
Still think they probably need another one or two, but
yeah. And it obviously depends how Arnold works out. We always talk every draft that every first round pick is going to be a franchise
putting in the Hall of
player.
Fame already. Yeah.
But you can't do much better.
No,
like I said, I had Arnold going pick 12 or 13 with the Eagles trading up for him.
Yeah, I had him 13 to the Raiders.
So look, hey, Arnold should have gone a lot earlier ultimately, shouldn't he? Really should have done.
Yep.
Who's next? Green Bay. Okay.
Green Bay at 25.
I wonder if they trade up because it feels like Green Bay is going to go cornerback as well.
Possibly. In our fans on the clock draft, we had Adam Martin make the pick for the Packers, and he took Jason Newton.
Okay. I can see that as well.
Still in play. We still only had Byron Murphy go off the board from an interior D-line perspective.
I wouldn't be surprised. Is there any tackles, like decent tackles left? Because obviously with Bakhtiari going.
Tyler Guyton.
You've got Guyton, you've got that's it.
Martin and JPJ are insiders.
Yeah.
What about Morgan?
Arizona?
I think Morgan might kick inside as well.
I think even though he's ranked like that, I think I've got for a feeling we're going to see Kingsley's name called. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised. I was torn between him and Patrick Paul with like my late round tackle.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. I bet on Patrick Paul. I didn't put him on the sheet because I forgot. And it was after we'd done our show and put our pick together. Yeah, Patrick Paul was a first round pick at plus 425, so that's something to root for in the last picks of the round.
Especially getting named after Paul Redmond, you know.
I mean, what have we got left on our sheets? Have I got anything actually left? Danny Jackson
Powers Johnson to get drafted.
Yeah,
tonight.
to be drafted tonight. Yeah.
Joe, your cornerback's under 5.5, looking good.
Mm-hmm.
How many are we up to? 2?
Yeah, that's 2. Yeah.
2. Yeah.
You've got over 6.5 wide receivers, which I think is probably dead in the water. Well, maybe not. There could be 3 of them go late, but it's looking rough.
Yeah, well, I think the Bills and the Chiefs will go. So it's just will any of the others?
I have not tonight. Worthy to the Rams or the Cowboys. Don't really see those happening now.
Cowboys could go to the Cowboys.
The Cowboys, yeah. Why not?
Cowboys haven't drafted. Jesus Christ. I have Ricky Pearsall as a first round pick and Patrick Paul as a first round pick. And then, 2 I'm not expecting to see tonight. Braylon Allen, first running back, and Cade Stover, second tight end. If either of those come off the board tonight, goodness me, we've had
imagine if the Cowboys get the running back.
I'd hate it, but I'll take it.
There you go. Would that be the worst pick the Cowboys could? Would you rather them get a quarterback or a running back?
I'd rather them get a running back, and I'd rather it be Braylon Allen. Just for the money, truthfully.
It's okay, we're getting Zeke back, it's fine.
That's Ezekiel Elliott, Royce Freeman backfield.
Yeah, so he's there for Thanksgiving just to, jump in the pot.
So the biggest bet
might be lifted in the pot.
Biggest bet we've hit tonight, is it your plus 600, Byron, for Latu, first defensive player?
Yes.
Nice. Good one, plus 600. Good hit.
Yeah. Thank you, yeah. Didn't finish at plus 600, got it pretty early to be fair, so I was pleased with that one.
Nice.
I mean, pleased with it, like there was any process. I thought it'd go 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I can't really claim like it was a real... I mean, it wins, so you take any win that comes, but this draft has not gone anywhere near what I expected.
Yeah, I just got the early ones in. Man,
you were crushing early though.
So 7 bets. Oh no, 8 bets in. I had Marvin Harrison at 4 at number 4. Could possibly get 8 if we get Jackson Powers Johnson drafted as well. So that'd be good. That'd be a good night.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, possible. I think
you can see that happening. Yeah.
You still have Cowboys, Ravens, probably 49ers looking for the line.
Yeah. Interesting. It's
I'm
been good.
Yeah.
Great.
49ers are going to go for.
Great night so far. Terry and Arnold making his new pals. The Detroit Lions fans, one who's dressed up as the Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz.
Picking into the Packers.
I'm curious what because there's usually a little section for each fan base. Did they even show the Falcons fan base react?
I didn't see it because Penix wasn't there. The guys that have been there have jumped in the crowd where their fans have been and taken.
No, but the Bo Nix one we've seen, the Broncos fan base was celebrating. He means that's what I think he meant, right?
Well, I was because usually within each. So if
oh, you mean in Detroit?
In Detroit, yeah, there's normally a section for each group of fans. So I just wondered if he just went to them and they were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, I was meaning I didn't even see them cut to
their
fan zone or whatever, in Atlanta.
Yeah.
We got to see Denver's where you had the mascot hyped and everyone else oh.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see the Falcons.
Packers pick is in. Let's see who we got.
Who are we picking? I'm going Tyler Guyton.
I'm going Wiggins.
You sticking with Cooper DeJean, Paul? That's what you had in your mock.
Arizona tackle Jordan Morgan.
Oh. Had him going to the Cardinals a little later. We all had him off the board, though, yeah.
Didn't realise Green Bay is going to be hosting the draft next year as well.
Yeah. not sure how Green Bay's going to cope with hosting the draft next year.
I don't think you can get 250,000 people go to Green Bay, Wisconsin, are you?
I mean, I don't know how many hotels there is in Green Bay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
I don't know if it's going to cope with the media.
Well, most of the crowd they'll play on the Packers, so it'll be fine. So.
Yeah. So they'll have to vote on the pick before they can celebrate.
Yeah.
Jordan Morgan, with the other tackles there, is this a reach at 25?
Well, I think like we talked about, like the pure tackles, it was like him and Gayton was like the only two left. I think the rest are inside. I think I did mention it as well. Obviously, with Bakhtiari leaving, is he retired? Yeah. I don't think he's retired yet.
No, he's just left in here
when he joins the Jets to be their mascot. When Aaron Rodgers, GM of the Jets, decides to sign him. Yeah, I understand it. I think like I said, I thought they might go cornerback because it feels like that's why they always struggle every year. And obviously they've got a new defensive coordinator to come in and make some changes because he always feels like that's their Achilles. I know they got Jay Alexander, but who knows what his head is when he turns up. But can't knock him if he works out. Then I'm going to complain. Well, I'm in the first draft around this point, so I'm not going to say it's a super reach.
I think he is one who could go inside as well. It could be a guard rather than a tackle. I think they'll see how he plays out in the NFL. Obviously, he was a left tackle throughout at college, but I think, Dan Brugler's skill set might be better as an inside, which, I think Green Bay do well to kind of strap the line up with athletes. So
again, Josh Jacobs as well, and if they want to run the ball a bit more, just with all their wide receivers, because again, he's still like a Shanahan. Well, it feels like everyone's a Shanahan disciple, really. Then they're going to be a run-first team, and then you've got all them weapons at, wide receiver, and you got your tight end. So if you can sort that line, get Jacobs going, where it's his year, where he has a good year, bad year, good year. So it should be his good year, and then throw it around the park. It's protect the quarterback, and you're flying with what they've got. So, but the Bucs are already in, not messing around.
Bucs came in straight away. It was done 3-4 minutes ago.
It's got to be a cornerback.
Yeah, if this isn't Dijon or Wiggins, I'd be shocked.
If Todd Bowles, the cornerback whisperer.
I don't think he's a quarterback whisperer.
No.
Baker Mayfield.
The opposite. Yeah.
Not sure how much credit he gets for Baker.
Well, it depends what kind of whispering he's doing. But certainly we're losing Carlton Davis. I know they got someone in, but I can't remember who. But
Carlton Davis is a big loss. So,
but they brought someone in, didn't they?
They brought in. I'm not seeing anyone. Jordan Whitehead. No, I'm not sure if he did. Jamal Dean. Was he already there though? Jamal Dean.
Oh, maybe they didn't. I just maybe assumed
they were going to.
I'd be astonished here if this isn't a pick. If isn't a cornerback, if this pick isn't a cornerback, it's massively needed.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be on. It's going to be on defense because they're such an aging team. They've got to start getting some youngsters in.
Yeah. Jordan Whitehead did bring from the Jets. He was a safety, not a cornerback.
Because I think he was there beforehand, and then he's come back. It's that kind of.
Cool. We're down to last 6 picks. It's looking like a 5 o'clock finish.
Last 7, yeah.
I was hoping for,
including the Bucs. Sorry, so 6 after the Bucs.
So I'm seriously hoping for a half 4.
Okay, Paul's pick. Your pick's still in for a shout, Paul. Here, both my Byrons have gone.
Levi got me Kool-Aid. No?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, could be Kool-Aid. I discounted him really. Yeah, could be Kool-Aid McKinstry, which is the pick that the Bucs UK guys gave us. Kool-Aid McKinstry at this slot.
Oh yeah.
As we say, if he doesn't kick down the stage or something, they haven't set that up.
How many picks so far have matched what we had in Fans on the Clock?
Oh, you're kidding me.
Thanks for just asking us.
It's a task.
The top 4.
I don't think that many.
The top 4, yeah.
Top 4. That might be about it.
We can have McCarthy to the Vikings. I know it was one slot up, but
yeah.
I think it's similar to our draft picks. That is not being that many. So where did they get out now?
What do we know, eh?
I mean, I will say though, like looking again on our sheet, I'm just making a list of players that we don't have, or I don't have in the first round. I'm not doing it for your picks as well. It's too much work. That there's only Penix and Knicks that I didn't have in the first round so far. Mm-hmm. I know we're only at 26, but sometimes there's more than that. If we end up getting 30 of the 32 players, I don't think that's outlandish.
Pretty good going.
Ricky Pierce is a long shot, to be fair though. So I just put him in there because I bet on him. So I was like, well, I'm gonna stick with what I bet. I'm not not going to say there's going to be over 6.5 wide receivers and only put 6 in my mock draft. So, I'm not. I'm not playing both sides here.
I love a bit of playing both sides.
We've noticed, yeah.
And usually somehow being wrong on both counts.
It's funny as well. Just a little tidbit here. Draft related. I don't know if any of you are geeky enough to play Madden or Madden Mobile on your cell phones. That's a mobile phone to our British
cell
viewers.
Phone as well.
Huh?
It's a cell phone as well.
Yeah. I play Madden Mobile on my phone. It's fun. It's brainless. It fills a little bit of the day here and there. So they have a thing where you can pick a top 10 player if you have enough coins or, whatever things you accrue in the game. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Caleb Williams are not in because they haven't signed their NFLPA agreement to have their likeness used.
Ah.
So previously, prior to the draft starting, you could pick any of the, you'd put your coins in the collection of 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, and pick one's got the highest rating, two's got the second highest,
The Bucks haven't picked a corner; they've picked Graham Barton.
I think Graham Barton's going to be a great player. So,
Centre, guard, whatever you want to call him, out of Duke.
Yeah, I'm annoyed he's not at the Cowboys, but I think that's a real solid pick.
He was the highest rated on Jeremiah's players left.
Yeah, I mean they need line help, so it does make sense. But I think they needed more defensive help. So
I'm curious where we'll play.
Me too. I would pencil him at centre, but I don't know who Robert Hainsey is. So he's listed as a centre on our lads.
Come on, Byron, you've not done your research.
I've done enough research to pull up our lads Tampa Bay.
Well, the fact when I look at Tampa Bay's depth, it's literally just him, a centre. Robert Hainsey. There's no one else.
Yeah. So. And like I say, I don't know who he is. So I presume they want to upgrade on him. That's why they've drafted Graham Barton, who plays centre. So
and also lacrosse by this clip as well.
Incredible.
I realised apparently lacrosse is a Canadian sport.
Oh.
It was the national
How about
sport.
that?
Yeah.
What's that all about?
I know Meg's even been to a game. I haven't been to one, but she has. She got for free tickets. Apparently, it's fun and exciting.
She got free tickets. She didn't even take it. You must have been very lacrosse at that.
Oh, it's 20 sport. Jesus Christ.
420, bro.
French is part of our lexicon anyway, so yeah, that was lacrosse.
French Canadian. Qu'est-ce que c'est all about? That's a great bilingual joke, by the way.
We're on to the Cardinals. Goodell's at the podium already. That's
bloody hell.
Sweet. Now he's getting his act together. He knows what's going on. Cardinals are picking at what are we up 27 here. So I had Jordan Morgan, who's off the board. Joe, you had Kool-Aid
so
McKinstry?
when we said we might hear a name that we absolutely did not think we'd get called tonight, I think this could be the name. Darius Robinson, edge rusher out of Missouri.
I think I had him. Did I have him?
You had him to the Cardinals at 29.
So at least you got Cardinals.
Great shout. Great shout.
Well done, Joe.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great one.
I did my research.
I've seen his name linked a lot with Baltimore, actually, who are picking at 30, I believe. Yeah, so very good shout, Joe.
Well, I think because I didn't Cardinals. I didn't a 30. Actually, I remember 30 with trades and stuff.
Yeah, 29, yeah.
I'm going to have to take the Penix pick off the ticker at the bottom because we've run out of characters. Start to see that one.
Maybe the Falcons fans will be happy with it.
Imagine your Falcon fans just tuning in now, like, who do we get at 8? Oh, I can't wait to see. And then, like, as the ticker just keeps rolling, like, there's a lot of good players gone here. Who could we have taken?
Bo Nix went at 12. Oh, my.
What a fool.
Yeah. There's a few videos I've seen online. Apparently, Kyle Pitts was doing a live stream So he popped up
I'd love to see that.
on my Bleacher Report. It was like Kyle Pitts live reaction. It automatically feels like it wasn't a great reaction, but I haven't watched it yet, so it could be. But
That's hilarious.
Like I said, the reports that Cousins was shocked and he found out just when they were on the clock.
It's crazy, yeah. And to also put, I imagine obviously NFL teams know exactly what their players are doing if they're doing appearances like that. Get them out of that situation.
I mean, well, if he's streaming on Instagram Live, they don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I think it was
like he might just pick his phone up.
Yeah, I think it was similar to like Parsons. No, it was live on like a certain show. I don't know what show it was. A bit like what Parsons doing on Bleacher Report one. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've done quite draft prep. One I didn't prepare for tonight was Darius Robinson. So, Joe, have you got the inside track on him? What do you know?
Oh, he's no, I don't know much about him, to be honest. Cardinals have not really got a great track record with picking edges. It feels like the last few years. Normally they go for the hybrid, smaller edges. Obviously, when the players go to a different team, they turn into a great players. So yeah, he's a big guy. See how it works out. They need it anyway because they've got nothing on that line. I think the team where, if you ask me, name me 3 players on the defensive side, I would struggle.
So we have the game. Are they Cardinals edge rusher or Buccaneers center? That could be a fun.
That could be a fun game, yeah. Sai picked. We've had another trade because the Chiefs are now on the clock apparently. So that must be a trade with the Bills. I feel the Bills have made this mistake before trading with the Chiefs.
Is this going to be a cornerback since they got since Snead went?
Possibly. Nate Wiggins is there. Cooper DeJean's there.
Yeah. Because everyone thought they were going to go wide receiver, but I feel like the Chiefs are just going to go into this year and say, "Oh, we've got one less receiver now without Rice. We're still going to win the fucking Super Bowl. Just you watch."
Yeah. Chiefs traded up to 28. Buffalo down to 32. Last time Chiefs did the trade, it didn't really work out for Buffalo, did it? The Chiefs picked Patrick Mahomes.
Oh wow! I'm trying to think who the last pick trade was. I'm like, man, yeah, Chiefs had signed off on getting that impact again. And good for Darius Robinson though. We're saying yada yada yada. He turned up tonight in his suit. Yes. He's looking fly.
That suit is incredible, by the way.
Yeah. I just thought about it. I'm like, wait, he's there for the first round. He knew what was going down.
Yeah.
Should have looked at the attend. Is that how you figured he was going in the first round, Joe? You looked at who was attending the draft.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, smart. Didn't even think about it. But yeah, good for him because a lot of people didn't have him going in the first round, and look at him. He's having his day of his life. Good for him.
Yeah. Biggest year last year for Missouri, 9 sacks, up from 3 in 2022. So yeah. Don't know too much about him.
Keeps tripling that sack output though, and he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
27 as a rookie.
He's in 27 in his rookie campaign. Yeah.
So what are we thinking, Chiefs? Yeah, cornerback.
I think I'll be surprised if they traded up for a wide receiver, right?
Yeah, I keep saying, it's
could still be.
It's not.
Could maybe Tyler Guyton as well, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think those corners are a more premium. Yeah, DeJean or Wiggins. I think it has.
I feel like if they're going to go wide receivers, I think they would have stick where they were. But
agree.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. My legs are going numb. I'm sat in a terrible position.
I'm also going to put a shout out now. I've got a feeling the Chiefs are going to sign Odell Beckham.
Interesting. I could see it.
It feels like that kind of move.
I don't think Odell's done.
I think but he's going to be like if he goes on most team, he'll be the third wide receiver.
Patrick Mahomes has just tweeted the smile, the face, the emoji with the sunglasses, so he knows something. Patrick Mahomes,
offensive tackle. Or Powers Johnson, just get rid of all the Cowboys picks, who they were going to go.
Surely it's a wide receiver. If no,
could be a OT, like say Tyler Guyton. I'll take Patrick Paul here. I have him to the Ravens, but I mean I've got 4.25 and I'm going the first round. I would take it.
I felt like McConkey was a really good fit for the Chiefs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the smiley face, sunglasses emoji.
You think that says lad? Could do.
One for the lad.
Could say Kool-Aid, like, oh yeah, look at this cool guy.
Yeah.
So I've just read a little bit about Darius Robinson, if you're interested.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
So apparently he's got the frame length and power. So he's got the skills and basically the perfect build. He just needs to improve his technique. So he's one of them you project that you
Bit of a project, yeah.
Yeah, he just needs to introduce better skill and efficiency to his game when he starts playing against NFL linemen. But he's got like the perfect build and attributes to be. So like how the card.
I think what he needs on Chop Robinson as well, he needs a name change. Because like, who are you ever going to take, Chop or Darius?
Yeah, that's fair.
You're going to take Chop every time.
Every day of the week.
Call him Slice Robinson though.
I'm just trying to think what's another move, because like you can have the chop move. What's like
Swimming Robinson.
Yeah, spin Robinson.
Bull Robinson.
Yeah, Bull Robinson.
Ooh.
There you go.
Like that.
All better than Darius.
Spin Robinson? No. Doesn't quite.
That would work.
Doesn't quite fit so well.
I mean, Bull sounds very alpha male, so.
Yeah, for sure. Oof. It's been what a great night it's been. Just not outside of picks 1 to 4.
I found it funny when we were doing the Seahawks one where we got the pick about 5 minutes early. Like, how bad were they streaming?
Yeah.
I
He's like coming on doing us a favor, and then like, oh no, yeah, we know who the pick is.
Because I think he was like, oh, the adverts in. He was like, no, we saw them adverts about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
For some reason, like that pub needs to get better streaming.
Yeah. Right, the Chiefs pick is in.
Who are they going to get? Is he going to be Kelsey's mum again?
Oh, it's so dwindled as well. So it's just had a shot from obviously that wide pan shot at what was like a full crowd before.
Yeah,
and now the Lions have made the pick. Everyone has fucked off.
Yeah, understandable.
We got guests. We're gonna have a speech. We got guests.
Taylor Swift.
It's not Taylor Swift. That'd have been wild. I think it's the Make-A-Wish Foundation promo, I think.
Perfect.
Time and a place.
Read the room, lads, you know.
Yeah. Why couldn't this do this is day 2, day 3. So I think obviously someone is gonna whoever the guy is gonna get to make for the first round pick for the Chiefs, which is obviously really cool. So, shout out that guy. But we don't need the spiel.
There's the big swinging butt, yeah. But we don't care. Mahomes looked better, hasn't he?
Does anyone know what the draft terms were? Has anyone seen them?
I've not seen it, no.
Trade term, yeah.
Trade terms, sorry.
Can't be much.
Right, let's see the pick.
Patrick Mahomes to Josh Allen.
You give us that pick swap and we'll stop mentioning 13 seconds to go. You get to look at our Super Bowl rings.
Nice. Xavier Worthy.
Ooh, that is spicy.
Also, a great announcement from Justin the Kid there. Is he give it the whole the back-to-back Super Bowl champs select.
Perfect.
Nice work.
All right, let's put a big cross through a load of my drafts bets. Worthy is going nowhere where I picked, and I picked half the league for him, so great.
Yeah, so the Chiefs get the guy who's got the fastest 40 time combine history.
I'm surprised it went up.
Yeah.
Well, the Bills couldn't have been interested.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly, yeah.
The Bills are going to get Mitchell, aren't they? They've got rid of one wide receiver who was a bit of a diva. They're like, let's get a ball.
I should go Ricky Petersall. That's a pro's pro.
So what do you think? I suppose, fairly obvious from a speed perspective. What else are we going to see out of Xavier Worthy for the Chiefs, and how's he complement this offense? Sorry, it's 4:30. I'm half asleep.
Well, I mean, we're saying what but speed, but I mean, realistically, I don't want to say he's just a total speed threat, but like that is his weapon. He is a good receiver to go along with it. You know, he's not John Ross. He is going to contribute. I think, you know, he's anywhere between the 5th and 8th, 9th best wide receiver in this class. I would have taken him above Adonai Mitchell. I didn't think he was going to early in the process, but as the process has gone on and on, it seems more and more that people are into him. He's a deep threat. He does score touchdowns. I think he's a great pick here, really. There is a bit of overlap with Marquise Brown. Marquise Brown's on a 1-year deal, though. You know,
that's why I was a bit surprised at. For they may have gone for a different kind of wide receiver. But you know, our fans pick our fans on the clock. They went worthy for the Chiefs, so we've got another hit there. So they might be beating might be beating Byron at this rate. With
I was gonna say I should just put theirs in my mock draft.
Well done, Tom Kraft. He made the pick for the Chiefs at 32, but yeah, gets the right one. Cowboys picks in. They obviously was sat waiting, happy with obviously knew the guy that they wanted. I think this is going to be somebody out of the blue, but we'll see. Ravens are on the clock and have been for the last 4 minutes. So, yeah, we'll see who the Cowboys take. Yeah, I guess Xavier Worthy, that's why Mahomes was so happy.
Yeah. Speed kills and, you know, they've had McCall Hardman, they've had Tyreek Hill in the past, they've had Tony. Different hit rates there, obviously. But, like...
You just hope he can catch.
Yeah, and I mean, he's shown that he can in the college game. Like I said, I don't think he is just a pure speed receiver, but that is obviously his best asset. Could he be Deshaun Jackson? Absolutely. Could he be a weapon in this new return game? Absolutely. I think Andy Reid's going to be salivating at getting to use a player like this. I mean, again, we kind of mock, you know, it's like, oh, the Raiders will just take him at 13 because he's so fast. He has got more to his game. And
are you ready?
I think it's going to be JPJ.
Goodell is out. He's strolling.
Who are you thinking? Put a name on.
Somebody we've not heard of before.
Joe?
I'll go Guyton.
Yeah, I think it's between Guyton and JPJ. I'm going to stick with JPJ, but
Tyler Guyton.
Yes. Good call, Joe. You had that in your mock, right?
No. Did I? No, I went for Powers. I actually went Powers Johnson. Oh, you got it, Byron.
I think you got it, I think.
No, I didn't for the Packers. You had him, Paul.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Paul got it. You had
Tyler Guyton.
Nice one, Paul.
So you get 5 points.
Just in the wrong slot, yeah.
Oh, 3 points. Yeah, 3 points. Sorry, Paul.
It's all right. I mean, you can just get. I feel I earned 5 there.
But I'm happy with that.
I think this is a project, though.
Potentially.
And all in this year.
Well, to quote Skip Bayless, all in my ass. That's been a joke for a long time at this point, I feel like. I don't know what the Cowboys' long-term plan is, though, but I don't think this impacts it. Sorry, I'm saying I don't know what the Cowboys' long-term plan is. I don't know what the short-term plan is either. I don't know how that makes sense.
I mean, I'm okay with it. Like, it's a solid. It's a solid pick. I think he'll be okay. I just worry that I don't know how much you're going to see of him in 2024.
Yeah.
And if you're all in on this draft, yeah, but you know what I mean. That doesn't really make sense. But yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Big lad, though.
He is a big lad for sure.
He'll wear one of my big cowboy hats and it'll be like a little one.
Tyler, why have you got a normal size hat on? It's like, oh, no, this is a gallon hat.
Yeah. That's the 8th tackle off the board. To be fair, if you just said he'd taken him as the 8th tackle off the board, I guess I'd have been over the moon with that because I didn't think he'd be the 8th off the board.
Yeah.
Where was a bit higher than that?
Where was he ranked in like the athletic and the one you guys
tackle?
Use? Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. I thought they would have gone Powers Thompson.
Yeah, because the center's a huge need, so they still need to work out what they're going to do there. Ravens have already picked. We're going to be wrapped up pretty soon here. Guyton's the 9th ranked tackle with the guys at the touchdown.
Yeah, I Guyton go into the Ravens, so I think it might be another flip.
Yeah, Guyton was who Dan from Multiple picked for. The Ravens. Yes, Cowboys.
Patrick Paul for Byron.
That whole line needs work, doesn't it, for the Dallas Cowboys? It really does need to be reworked. A lot of movement. I mean, maybe do you play? I mean, do you just stick him in for Terrence Steele and just sack him off because Terrence Steele has been terrible, really, last year or two.
I think it's, we're talking about it being a project, so I don't think week 1 you do, but I think you see how it goes. Well, through training camp,
It's a worry here where it feels like all the other teams have got better in the division. But the Cowboys, I feel like they're taking a step back.
Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely fair. And I feel like that all off-season, though.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, even like this pick is like, oh, they're not going to get better next year. The good teams think about in the future. So, we'll be sat here in 3 years' time. Like, oh, obviously they got him and he's, as a Pro Bowl tackle or whatever. But we've had the Giants. But then, who knows what happens with the wide receivers and whatnot. But
yeah, I mean, we don't know. But if you were an Eagles fan, Commanders fan, or a Giants fan, you're coming out happy tonight. Because you've had good picks. And Dallas, you've just gone like, okay, you're probably not going to see this guy this year.
Yeah.
Well, if this guy's a contributor this year, it's probably not a positive. Unless he's probably knocked out the park.
And he's going to be a tackle for the new quarterback next year anyway. So it's
quite possible, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be stunned at this point.
Cool. Solid, if unspectacular from the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I do feel better.
I prefer it to last year's pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel a lot better about that than I did about Mazzy Smith last year. So, we'll take that. We're nearly there, gents. The Niners are on the clock, Joe. Obviously, we've got the Ravens pick in. Let's have a look.
Oh, okay, cool. So.
I've just done something wrong. Sorry. Let's have a look at the last few picks we've got on. So, I've got Kingsley, Suamaitiata. Oh, I was so close then. Suamaitiata. Kingsley. Byron's got Paul and Guyton has just gone, so we'll see. Morgan's gone, so that's a no-go for me and for you, Joe, for the Niners. Jazon Newton's still a possibility, and then I've got, Biff and the Bills. We've all got wide receivers.
And you think the Bills will take a wide receiver?
I would not be surprised if Bills trade it again.
Ravens not gone tackle, they've gone cornerback. Nate Wiggins out of Clemson. So unless
funnily enough, I was going to say it feels like such a Ravens move to go cornerback.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. I think looking at my board of players available, Cooper DeJean and Nate Wiggins stand out at this point.
Yeah,
stood out. I guess Nate Wiggins is now gone.
Would you say? I say I had Cooper DeJean in my top 10 players. I'd say this is quite a fall now for Cooper DeJean to get to this point. Is it the injury, do we think? They obviously had the broken leg.
I figured this is something else then. Something controversial.
I do wonder if there's some kind of scheme fit because he's kind of the hybrid, right? And I thought, that's why Seattle might be a good fit because I think maybe play that Kyle Hamilton role with Mike McDonald there. But again, Baltimore, you already have Kyle Hamilton, so maybe you don't need that overlapping skill set necessarily.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be stunned to see Cooper DeJean at San Fran though, because again,
oh yeah,
they need, DB is always helpful for them. I think he could be a good fit there certainly, but yeah, I think this would have to count as a fall. I don't know where he's ranked on DJ's board or on overall draft sheets, but I had him going 16 certainly. What Joe, you had him at 19. Paul, you had him a little later, 25. But yeah,
well, even the Bills could take him.
Absolutely, yeah.
With who they've lost.
Yep, definitely. And that's kind of one of the things that's always, I don't say stunned me about like the Bills will take a wide receiver at 28 or whatever the first round pick ends up being, but like they have a lot of needs. Again, for a good team, like they've lost a lot in the offseason and their defense had a lot of issues last year.
For me as a 49ers fan, this is where if you could get, DeJean or Powers Johnson, I'd be happy with you.
Yeah.
It'll be such a 49ers thing to just choose a random edge rusher just for the joke of it. Just be like, oh yeah, we'll just, bit like how they went from Drake Jackson.
When I was doing my mock yesterday, so I have Johnny Newton to the 49ers. I've just flashed it up there, but I had for a moment Darius Robinson penciled in as just the next best random pass rusher because I kind of thought that, it's a bit Shanahan-ian to do.
And the thing is, and the need edge rushers is like it's gone under the radar where 49ers probably do need more edge rushers, but
yeah,
it feels like they go edge rush in most years and just think, oh, we'll figure it out a cornerback, and they normally do, can't really complain with how the years have gone the last few years. But it would be nice to get another competent cornerback alongside Ward, or get offensive line where we can help it out. But it's, again, I think like we've said, like most teams here are like pretty happy with who's fallen.
I would think so.
So who do you, if you're Joe, you're making the pick, who is it?
Play Dijon. I go cornerback. I think Powers Jackson is good inside. I don't mind the 49ers. Probably right guard probably needs some work, but I feel like with how Shanahan's been the last few years, he always somehow manages to make that offensive line be decent until the Super Bowl, when it actually really matters. But he always feels like he manages to work out just based on the scheme. But he feels like with the cornerbacks, he always needs, when they lose or when they're like, when teams pick them off, it's normally, it's not usually the rush, it's normally the back end. So to get someone against with H. Davis Ward, and you've got a few other who they picked up last few years who have just not quite made it. I would definitely go there. And then once you get that other cornerbacks out, then you can be like, oh, this defense is pretty solid. And I feel you can pick up like certain edges, like veterans who can help along the way. And with the coaching staff, about the defensive edge coach, he's probably the defensive line coach is probably one of the best in the league. So I always feel like he can. It feels like they're always good at getting these veterans or random players, and then suddenly they get paid the next year. It feels like they do that every time. But obviously, they lost Eric Armstead as well, which I always keep forgetting about. That such a big mainstay. But
Johnny Newton's there.
Yeah, it's such a 49ers move.
Minds have pitched him as the 31 pick.
It's such a 49ers move to go defensive line. So I'll not be shocked if they do that. As long as they've kept Ayuk for the time being. So
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, like
I'm happy with that.
Come away with Ayuk still, and I think the trade talks. Once a draft comes and goes, I think like T. Higgins will probably come in line. Ayuk will come in line. Like, because it's probably not happening. Like, there's no incentive to trade it for 25 picks now.
No, and Ayuk, I always thought it was going to be similar. Like the whole Debo thing went on and on and on, and he was even worse than Ayuk. Like, so the fact that I think they'll get him signed. I just didn't want him to trade him for like a 21st pick, and then you're just picking like a random wide receiver who potentially is not as good. But again, I've seen also some picks where the 49ers have gone wide receiver, a lot of mock drafts where it's like a random. There was another guy from South Carolina, can't remember his name, but someone chose him to be like the next Debo to choose him. But
maybe Corley.
And it's looking pretty pleasing themselves in the draft room, like everybody does. Guys, we've nearly made it. It's 4:45 a.m. here.
Or maybe Javier Leggett. I'm just looking at my wide receiver list.
Yeah, I think that was the guy, yeah.
Yeah, because he's room to go like 33, 34, like so. That would make sense.
I feel like he could go, if Buffalo don't take him, Carolina. Yeah,
it's funny because he was quoted this week of saying, the Panthers said, if I'm there at 33, they'll take me. And then Dave Canales was asked about it. It's the first thing I said to everybody we brought in.
I could see like New England getting him as well.
Definitely.
Chargers,
have you heard him speak, by the
Tennessee.
way? He has one of the best accents you'll hear in this draft cycle.
I didn't realize Carolina had 2 high second-round picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the Bears from...
Oh, of course,
Right.
39.
Goodell.
And that's the Giants one. Giants.
Oh, yeah. It is the Giants one. You're right, for Brian Burns.
Here we go.
Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
What? Sean.
Do you know who his player comp is, Joe?
Brandon Ayuk.
Michael Gallup.
Pearsall's a good player. Hey, let's just take a second for 16-1, Ricky Pearsall first round pick.
Well done, Byron.
We don't hit them all, but we hit big ones. Come on.
16-1 and 6-1. That's a good night. That's a good night's work.
Yeah, I'll take that.
We pick winners at good teams when great teams cover.
The volume might not be there, but man, I am loving that PSL one.
200 people have chosen to spend their evening with us, by the way.
Good for them.
At various points. I'm sure not all.
I mean, we're very grateful for them as well, but good for them. They've made a good decision.
Yeah, you made a great decision. And if you aren't following us, Spotify, Good Teams and Great Teams cover. Sign up. You'll be notified of new episodes when they drop every week. Sometimes twice a week when the season starts. Also, YouTube. If you're not watching on that now, watching on Twitter. X, if you're not there, drop us a follow. What else? What else are we on? TikTok and Instagram, where Joe does all the work. Yeah, at GTW_GTC. And we appreciate you spending some 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however long of your night you've spent with us.
And Ricky Pearsall, again, I'm a little behind you guys. So I'm just seeing the highlights now. I've seen these highlights before. The word that people use is arrogant hands.
So, just a quick one. We are going to see a Carolina Panthers pick tonight.
Well, they've moved up.
I said the Bills.
So, if you're a Buffalo Bills fan and you've been waiting all night for your pick, you have to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, they're on East Coast time as well. So, I mean, they're not quite in your territory of late. But, I mean, it is midnight, essentially. Is it getting on for 6 a.m. there, Paul?
Sorry?
Getting on for 6 a.m. for you?
10 to 5. So, Panthers receive pick 30. Panthers receive pick 32 and a 6th, which is 200. Bills receive 33 and a 5th.
Yeah, fair.
That's not bad. Move up 60 spots for just dropping one space.
Yeah. So, interesting. This has got to be a weapon for Bryce Young, surely?
I'm not going to lie. I'm still good about the 49ers pick.
Let's talk about that. Sorry, I've not added I'm not added him to the ticker, Joe. Yeah, Pearson. What Byron? You were obviously confident he was going to go as a first-round pick. Give Joe some confidence that that's a good pick.
I love Ricky Pearsall. I think he's a pro's pro. I think he runs all the routes. Is exactly what you want in a wide receiver this late in the draft. Great catcher. He works out the slot an awful lot. He'll take Juwan Jennings' role as a wide receiver 3, which I know, not necessarily what you want to hear, but he's not going to beat out Ayuk or Deebo Samuel in year 1. But I just think he's super solid. I think he's kind of, I'm not going to say a home run prospect, but I think he's not going to fail.
Joe looks pretty despondent.
Well, I think the issue is that they don't need a wide receiver.
That's if they keep an Ayuk, and like you said, you got Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, who's fine as a wide receiver 3.
Yeah, he's a great, third down. It's called, third and Juwan. He's constantly getting that third down. And then there's always hope that if Danny Gray can actually, I think every single team, there's a wide receiver in the background. At every offseason, you think, oh, he could just make it. I just think they had such a big need and how the draft board fell for the cornerbacks and the offensive line that.
And as much as I'm excited and pleased to see Ricky Pearsall because I liked him as a player, that's why I bet him, he should not be getting drafted ahead of Cooper DeJean. I just can't see how that happens. Cooper DeJean. I just don't see how that's.
Yeah, there's Kool-Aid as well. Yeah, Kool-Aid
McKinstry's still there. Yeah,
drops out the first round.
Johnny Newton.
Well, saying that they might be picked at 32, but I just get this has to be a weapon for Bryce Young, doesn't it? Surely. Another wide receiver go. They obviously will assume. Although again, do Buffalo just really not want a wide receiver?
Well, they play with a number of them.
They play because if you still got Mitchell, you've still got Lad McKinsky.
Keon Coleman.
Coleman.
Malachi Corley's got a lot of hype in the process as being the Deebo light type of player. But yeah, Mitchell, Coleman, potential wide receiver ones.
Yeah.
But they obviously have. There's a reason they're going 32, 33-ish as well. They're not home run hits. And, do they maybe just try and go a bit different this year? They've got Kincaid, they've got Knox, who are competent tight ends. Load it on James Cook again. I'm not too sure. So who are we projecting here? Javier Leggett? Adonai Mitchell?
Mitchell, Leggett, or Franklin.
Or Troy Franklin. Yeah, Troy Franklin would be a good one.
Yeah, for me.
And it has to be a wide receiver, right?
Yes, it is a big need. There's Roman Wilson sat there as well.
Yeah.
Michigan wide receiver. Right, last pick of the night, guys.
If it's just a wide receiver, I finally hit a hooking bet. So.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah, they've come in late.
Has to be
I've got my cornerbacks one.
Yeah.
So this would be the 7th wide receiver if it is.
Well, what if it's a cornerback?
I think I still get it because it's only been 3.
Oh, okay, cool. I haven't kept count, to be fair. And I was like, imagine if it just dings you on both of them.
Or 4 the most.
Well, I'm going to cheer for Patrick Paul. It's not going to be Patrick Paul, but I'm going to cheer for it.
Adius Mitchell.
It's taken 32 picks, but we've had a Roger Goodell stumble on a name. But it's Xavier Legette from South Carolina, wide receiver.
Yeah, I found it a bit.
Nice one, Joe. Nice one. Hey, what a blast, lads.
Yeah. Let's get this wrapped up quick, I guess. Yeah, I mean, quick shock of the night.
It's either Caleb Williams or Michael Penix, isn't it? Are we doing winners and losers?
No, we'll save that for next week episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, just some head scratching picks, I suppose, in that middle third, and yeah, Xavier Legette finishes us off, and yeah, some help for Bryce Young that was really, really needed, I think.
If you told me there was going to be a streak of picks, JC Latham, Michael Penix, Rome Odunze, JJ McCarthy, Fashanu, and Bo Nix, I wouldn't be able to tell you where I think that is in the draft because I'd be thinking, oh my God, Odunze must have fell.
Yeah.
That is a weird group of players.
We're just about to hit the 4-hour mark.
Some big players left for tomorrow as well, which
there
is exciting.
We're not going to be sat here all the way through the rest of the draft.
Oh, we're not. I was ready for tomorrow to start doing.
I am down if you are, Joe. But
yeah, I'm always on. Round 3. That's where the analysis comes in when it's a 14-hour live stream.
Yeah. No, I think we've done enough. We've done our live streaming quota for the season, I think, guys.
So of my 32 players, only 4 missed. Got in the first round. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Patrick Paul, and Johnny Newton. I'm kind of surprised they're the 4 as well.
Yeah.
I must say, like not Chop Robinson. Jordan Morgan, I wouldn't have been surprised at missing out. Ricky Pearsall, as much as I loved it and bet it, and I'm delighted that I came in. I wouldn't have been stunned if it missed out. But yeah, I didn't really envisage a world where, like say, Cooper DeJean didn't get drafted or Kool-Aid McKinstry didn't get drafted.
Yeah. I was missing 6.
Yeah, I've got Cooper DeJean.
Oh, you just got fucked on Jeff
Powers. Mitchell. Kool-Aid as well. So it might be 4 as well.
Nice. Joe, who's our competition winner?
Sam? So I don't want to boast, but basically I managed to win by just picking Rome
Dunze.
Oh no, so Malik Neighbours.
Sorry.
That's basically So after the first 4 picks, that was the only one we got right going forward. We got a few right teams, and you got the right pick, but it wasn't. Wasn't amazing. Going after that.
Let's wrap it up from there. Then. Again, appreciate it. Thanks to all the guests that came on, to Bo, to Brendan, to the Steelers guys, and to Rondo from the First and 56 Colts podcast. That was a blast. We'll be back next year to do this, but we'll be back next week with our winners and losers look at the draft before we kick into probably our own little draft season. We've got a few draft subjects to do, and we'll get those done. Again, if you're not following us already, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok at GTW_GTC, and go give us a follow on Spotify. Good teams and great teams cover. You'll be notified when new episodes drop. Joe, Byron, it's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy the rest of draft weekend, and we'll catch up next week. See you all soon, everyone.
Bye.